Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And I would like to announce the opening of 10th Vilnius Security Forum, and also congratulate all guests for being here. Thank you for having you here. And I would like to introduce Emilija Balodytė. Where is Emilija? Emilija Balodytė. Okay, I will introduce you a little bit later, but now I would like to invite Chairman of National Defense Security Committee to deliver a welcome speech. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. All right. I have my 20 pages of speech, so sorry. Just kidding. Wow, what a great place. So, dear friends, what a delight to welcome so many of you here in Vilnius, at the frontier of NATO's eastern perimeter. Now, first of all, I would like to thank Vaidotas Malinionis for gathering us here for the 10th time. It's a milestone, and congratulations to you, to Lithuania. I think we're all better for it. Now, as National Security and Defense Committee, we're honored and delighted to be able to host you here in this beautiful city, in this beautiful building, in this great hall. Now, this year's theme is securing Western unity, defeating Russia, restoring the rules-based world order. I don't know. Sounds quite ambitious, Vaidotas, but I like the ambition. But I think after Munich, after what's going on in the past week, I think this is definitely the right topic, still the right topic to think about and talk about. But it's an ambitious one. So thank you for that ambition, Vaidotas. Now, we have had an incredible week in global geopolitics. I can only assume that whatever we had prepared to talk about before might get hijacked by the current kind of storm of events, but that's okay. The reason why we're all here, we're all kind of interested in these things because this is our job. And to stay relevant in these times, we need to be talking about this. We need to be reacting and to be thinking about new ideas, new, fresh, bold thinking. And this is something that we, I think, expect from this conference. Now, I will be blunt. We live in times of great uncertainty, rapid change, and what I would call high confusion. Now, the uncertainty and the change parts are seemingly obvious. Stunning technological acceleration is offering us observers, policymakers like myself, defense vigilantes, national security fanatics, truly a prime seat on a bullet train scrolling through the volatile geopolitical landscape. The changes seem to also radically bend the entrenched social contract. Are there still taboos? Do hard, ironclad rules even exist anymore? The compass that we thought worked no longer seems to find the true north. That's the times we live in. It is also an era of high confusion. The conventions no longer apply, the norms are constantly challenged, and the facts dissipate, while the international rules-based order that we have become accustomed to is beginning to fall apart. Yet somehow there's a strange feeling that we've been here before, maybe some decades ago, but it's not the first time this sort of history is repeating. So I think it's appropriate to quote none other than, we have Brits here, from British poet William Butler Yeats, the 1920 poem, The Second Coming. So, quote, "Things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world, the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity." We kind of backtrack 100 years ago. This is what he wrote. So in this confusing world where things fall apart and the center does not hold, how do we go on? Now, as a politician, we talk a lot, but I think talk is cheap. Talk is cheap, and I'm convinced we must enact change. So we start with clarity, we start with vision, with the things that we can control. Lithuania's national security strategy is essentially one word: deterrence. Now, our ability to deter depends on the relevant military force that we and our allies are able to gather, and the population that is willing and ready to defend the land. In short, to live in peace, we must prepare for war. That's something probably, the proverb goes back thousands of years. Now, I have been in this business of national security for over a quarter century, and so I'd like to offer 3 vectors that I believe are essential in this confusing and uncertain world to make sure that Lithuania remains a sovereign, independent, and thriving nation, because that's what we want to do. First, we must support Ukraine, because there's no substitute for victory. No substitute for victory. I keep on pounding the same message, and there's people from I know there's several cadets here from West Point. I see them, right? You know what those words mean, right? There's no substitute to victory, for victory. So we have to ensure that. Now, the situation is tricky. The so-called negotiations to kick in shortly. However, this does not excuse us from providing military, economic, and political support to Ukraine. Zelensky needs leverage, and it is our duty to come up with it. Militarily, we know that what the Ukrainian armed forces need. Can we go to 3 shifts at ammunition plants across Europe? Why not? It's about political will, really. Financially, it's time to unlock Russia's frozen assets. Together with European parliamentarians, I'm working on an innovative idea how to mobilize these assets by providing a so-called reparation loan collateralized by Russian frozen assets. The 300 billion would be both a signal and a concrete help for Ukraine to continue acquiring weapons from the US and Europe. Finally, politically, can we guarantee to Ukraine that no matter what happens, it will imminently become an EU member? That's the least we can do, I think. In short, we need a comprehensive package that Zelensky can leverage and win. That should be our first priority. Second, we need a surge in defense capabilities in Lithuania and in Europe. As you all know, Lithuania's State Defense Council has agreed to increase our defense spending to between 5% and 6% of GDP for a period of 2026 to 2030. At the same time, we are now witnessing, unsurprisingly, a battle to find the money. That's our own internal kind of battle that we're fighting. Now, finding this money is not a choice. It's an imperative, and we have to get there. Borrowing, taxes, whatever it takes. There's no time to joke. We are at war, so we need a military that is ready to defend. We need people, we need ammunition. Chief of Staff knows that very well, and I'm kind of taking these words from him, really. We need people, we need ammunition, we need new weapons, technologies, we need trained military. Sure, we talk a lot about a division as a unit. That's great. Yet this is but one component of the ready military force. Air defense, logistics, engineering, medical, signal assets are essential for deterrence to work. A lot to think about, a lot to do. Now, equally crucial is the need to adapt to the changing character of war, the use of emerging technologies on the battlefield. Ukraine is a case in point. The OODA loop of innovation on the battlefield is weeks, not years or decades. This has been confirmed, and we know that. And Ukrainians know that in firsthand. Now, I'm told the worst thing a general can find himself in is to be fighting the previous war against an adversary that had adapted. We have to avoid that. We simply cannot afford that. Third, whatever it takes, we must invest in the transatlantic relationship. I know, there's so much noise in the public domain that what I'm preaching may seem outlandish to some. Yet, at the moment, there simply is no alternative to U.S. power. Will Munich be the accelerant for European defense efforts? The Paris meeting on Monday has demonstrated the usual, unfortunately, impotence of European leaders. And in the world where power dominates, Europe may have good intentions, but that is not enough. Thus, I think it's our duty to act in our interest. And that means to strengthen the link with America through energy, defense deals, to look for other ways to find common interest. We're all, I think, aligned deep down in the heart. Now, tears in Munich are tears of weakness. And we have to look at things from a different perspective. As Lithuanians, I believe we are clear-eyed. We know what's going on. Europeans have lived comfortably for decades, assuming that transatlantic unity is first and foremost a concern for American leaders. Now we return to history, and we begin to see reality through the eyes of American people. The deal has to be fair. Is this enough? Now, what I mentioned, probably not. I don't know. We're witnessing truly tectonic shifts taking place in all over the world, and there's so much more than we need to be doing. But I know we need a clear vision, strategy, and decisive, swift actions that are relevant to the changing world. That is how we win, and they lose. We are NATO, beat Navy, welcome and thank you.
Okay, and second, our honorable guest for the welcome speech, I would like to invite Chief of Defense, General Raimundas Vaikšnoras. Sir, floor is yours.
Dear Chairman, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, all participants, it's my great honor to welcome you today to this Vilnius Security Forum, which has become an important platform for exchange of ideas, forging partnerships, and advancing our shared commitments to the security and stability of the Baltic region and beyond. A special welcome to the military experts, to my fellow journalists, and other officers who brings to this forum specific knowledge, specific expertise and perspective. Since 2014, Lithuania, other Baltic states, Poland, mostly all eastern part of Europe countries, were their halves, who had no illusion about the real intentions of the Russia as the aggressor, firmly stood in support of Ukraine and pushed towards a more allied security in the region and of all Europe. However, the current geopolitical situation and current challenges demands us even more dedication, responsibilities, and speed our own European, our own national security building. And as Chairman mentioned, without winning of Ukrainians winning in Russia, or against Russia in Ukraine, so it would be no peace in the world. Because, why? Because Putin, he's opportunistic. He did a lot of pushing everyone to break cohesion of the NATO, of Europeans. And if we stop to support Ukraine, if we start to feel fatigue, so Putin is already a winner. And we have to beat him. We have to destroy him. And we have to let Ukrainians to win on their terms. What we can do? Yes, a lot of talks, what we can do as a European, about European forces and so on, maybe some peacekeeping forces, but probably until we are discussing, we have to continuously support Ukraine with the weapons, with the technologies, with the ammunition, to let them to push Russians, or at least to stop their advance. And it would be maybe future negotiations on Ukrainian terms, not on Russia terms. So we have to make it that Ukraine looks and negotiates from stronger nation perspective. What we are doing in Lithuania in order to make more safety, more stability, you will know that we are preparing to host German brigade till 2027, end of 27. We re-established our national division, which is mainly look like maybe it's only a C2 structure, but when we put all units under one command, it's allowed commanders to focus more on training and readiness. Also, total conscription every year, especially starting from next year, 26, 1st of January. So we are implementing new approaches how to help young people to commit themselves broadening ways how they can make the basic training and service in different, more wider approaches. And it leads also establishment of creation new military commandant structure. Again, it leads us to concept for total defense. So all in all, participation, not only us, but also participation and having our allies like US Armored Battalion, Westphalia Battalion, EFP, battle group led by Germans, Baltic Air Policing. Actually, all what we are doing, we are focusing on deterrence, as Chairman mentioned. But also, in parallel, we are preparing ourselves to fight, if it would be necessary, and win. So it's main goal for me as a child, and I think it's very good now, positive signals what we're receiving regarding budget. 4% of GDP this year, maybe 5-6% for upcoming years. So it gives me capabilities and opportunities to build up Lithuanian Army's forces capable and able to defend my country. Thanks for participating in this forum. Also, special thanks to Vaidotas and Emil for invitation, for organizers, and I wish you fruitful discussions and sharing of views how we can be better in this turbulent environment, geopolitical situation. Thank you.
Okay, before we proceed further, I just would like to remind you that everything what you will be saying will be recorded and will stay forever. So, because our discussions will be broadcasted on YouTube, so the audience is much bigger than you think. So we have invisible audience and online audience also are allowed to using Slido to ask questions. And I would like to introduce our young generation, Emilia Balodytė. She is main organizer of this event and she will be running this conference further. Emilia, floor is yours.
So good afternoon, Honorable Chair of National Security and Defense Committee, General Chief of Defense, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, and friends of our Vilnius Security Forum. We will begin the first panel named Strengthening Interoperability in the Baltic Region. Before that, I would like to invite and introduce the moderator of this panel, Ms. Indrė Makaraitytė. In her 25 years as a journalist, Indrė has been a host of hard talk shows, a TV news reporter and editor of Analytical Weekly, and a writer of political commentaries. For the last 8 years, she has been the head of Lithuanian's radio television investigative desk. Alongside important domestic policy investigations, the LRT team has been made significant contributions to prominent and award-nominated international investigations into Russia's spy activity in European countries and Russian signals intelligence, as well as schemes to overcome Russian sanctions and an EBU-coordinated investigation into the Russification of temporarily occupied Ukrainian territories. So please, Indrė, welcome and take your seat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. So I think that I'm not going to be alone here. So I would like to welcome and introduce to you the outstanding participants of this panel. Please welcome retired Major General Veiko Velopam from Estonia. Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former Commanding General of the US Army Europe. Welcome. Retired Israeli Brigadier General Ephraim Sneh, former Deputy Minister of Defense of Israel. Welcome. And we having former Minister of Defense, Laurynas Kasčiūnas, but we have somehow to have him online. Good morning, Mr. Kasčiūnas.
Good morning.
Okay, so as we have all participants already here, so we are at the Vilnius Security Forum right after the Munich Security Forum and the urgent Paris meetings. And it means that we are right after these 2 weeks that have changed the world, and Europe is still looking for a united response to the unilateral US decisions to negotiate with Russia for peace in Ukraine, but without Ukraine and without Europe at the table, and how to defend ourselves against the aggressor, Russia, which to Trump is not that big aggressor at all. As independent investigative journalist who left Russia in 2022 put in his latest article in FP, waning US support for Ukraine has been received in Moscow like Christmas, Easter, and New Year's all rolled into one. So for our panel on alliances, cooperation, and interoperability, we do not have very comfortable starting points, but our aim remains the same: to discuss how recent political developments will affect our security, how, in what new formats, probably, we can strengthen our defense architecture. And as we have quite a lot of time for our discussion, I will suggest that we would leave 15, maybe even 20 minutes for the questions of the audience. And before that, I think I will rule this discussion, and you will depend a little bit on my questions. So I would like to start with the political changes brought by the new US administration. And Mr. Hodges, probably not a big surprise that I am addressing that question to you. So in this changed world, how does NATO, the military alliance created primarily to counter the Soviet Union threat to the West, look now when the interests of the strategic partners in this alliance, the US and Europe, have clashed? First, US made clear that it will not defend Europe. Maybe it will help on certain circumstances. And secondly, there is no unity on the values, on the assessment who is the aggressor and who is the victim in this war. So, and the list of disagreements gets longer every day. So what is your opinion?
Well, I think what also gets longer every day is the record of American commitment to the security and stability of Europe. I mean, we've been at this now since 1949, when NATO was created. We've had Republican, Democrat, presidents, administrations, Congress. We've been through a lot of different things in our country, our own internal problems. We've had huge debates with our European allies on different issues. But the thing that always stuck, that was always there, was American commitment to Europe's security and stability. So I would just ask you, I'm not going to try and defend or explain everything that the president says. There are others who can do that better, perhaps. It's troublesome that people begin to wonder, is the United States committed just based on what the president says? But I would ask you to take a longer view of American commitment. No matter who our president has been, no matter what else was going on, you could always count on the United States. We spend billions of dollars every year contributing to the security of Europe. I think that ought to speak for itself. Our Congress, overwhelmingly, even though Republicans control the House and the Senate, the Congress overwhelmingly supports Ukraine, supports NATO, and believes in the transatlantic alliance. So let's watch what happens in the coming days. I think everybody in this room knows who the bad guy is. Russia is the aggressor. Russia's the bad guy. Vladimir Putin could end this war today if he said, you know, huge mistake, my bad, and then start leaving. It would end today. I don't expect that. So what we're going to have to do, of course, is continue supporting Ukraine. And then the last thing I would say is the president is correct, as were all of his predecessors, that our European allies are not doing everything they should. Lithuania is an obvious exception to that. Poland, an obvious exception to that. But too many countries have not been investing in their own defense, which is what Article 3 of the Washington Treaty requires, that every nation does what's needed to defend itself, plus be able to help allies. That's part of the Washington Treaty. So Lithuania does it, but there still are too many others. And so the president, of course, is going to use very, very harsh language to ensure our allies understand that he is serious about this expectation. I think your president used the right metaphor. He said it was like a taser to Europe. And I think that's what was needed.
Thank you. And I guess here we need a political assessment because we have a politician on board. So, Mr. Kasčiūnas, how do you see the concept of the West changing after the Munich and Trump's policy guidelines, and what does it mean especially for the Baltic states, for Lithuania, that because our security was based on a greater US presence in Europe and especially in our region. So.
Thank you, Indra. You know, I will start with a small joke, you know, which I heard when I was chairman of National Security and Defense Committee last term. We had an MD8 meeting in Germany, Nordic Baltic chairman's meeting in Germany, and we had some conversation with German generals. And one of my colleagues, one of the chairmen of Nordic countries, asked one of the German generals, which army in Europe are strongest? And our German colleague said, Americans. The colleague said, yes, of course, Americans, we understand it, but who is the strongest in Europe? He said, Americans in Europe. So this is the situation which shows us reality, how vital Americans is for European security. That's why to find some other alternatives, it's a big challenge. So if you, you know, my background is more with political science, and I was a lecturer. So if you ask me as a political scientist, former political scientist, so I would say that today we have indicators or science that we are coming back a little bit to 19th century balance of powers. Value-based policy is pushed out, and we are coming to pure realism of international relations. For the smaller states, it's a risky situation because you can become the object of exchange, and it's a big risk, a challenge for us, especially because we had a very bad experience in the past. You know, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, and when the big countries, big powers agrees on something, on our security, it's of course for us it's a big risk and can change our path of independence and freedom. So I will not maybe I will not say what we in such kind of apocalyptical scenario, but of course idealism, value-based policy in international relations probably at this moment is over. and we are coming to realism, which is creates a possibility to create a stronger alliances. Alliances based not on the values, but based on the interests. That's why we should not, we should just admit and recognize that we have different reality now, different geopolitical reality, and to learn how to deal in this different reality, and to find the interest to build a stronger alliance. First of all, of course, American presence in Europe, especially in the eastern flank, is vital for us. So now we should, form a policy which will, will attract Americans to be here, because it's a big deterrence factor for us. And we are working on defense spending. As our Chod told us, we are working on Lithuanian division. We are working on total defense. Maybe not so fast as we need to do, but we are working on it. So here we're showing what we are also are responsible for our defense, for our security, showing to Americans, but look, we are here a nation who is ready to fight. We know what is Article 3, not only Article 5 in NATO treaties, but we are responsible. And of course, working with Americans to be as a good to host nation. We have a battalion here in Pavrade, and we hope it will maintain. So I would say the indicator for the bigger American strategy in Europe will be negotiations with Russia. When Russians absolutely, it's not any question about that. We will raise the idea of borders of NATO of 1997. For us, it's a very dangerous situation when you can become a formal member of NATO. Formally, you belong to NATO, but no NATO troops here, for example. It's a vision of Russia. So when we will raise these conditions in the negotiations on Ukraine, how United States will react. So I would say it's the vital indicator now, and I hope Americans will maintain the eastern flank. And it will be not on the table. This question will not be on the table. But this is the center of decision making now for us. I would say it will be a crucial factor. At the same time, Germany factor is growing in our defense and security. You know very well we are working on the German brigade here in Lithuania. We should move forward faster on infrastructure. But Germans here will be also a big deterrence and important defense factor for us. At the same time, I should admit also and to say what, this concept, we're changing concept, but Americans will defend us, is already changed in Biden administration, when Americans will be more supporting us, not just defending us, because it's also our own responsibility. And if you look at NATO defense plans, more or less, Americans is already like standing behind, but not in front. That's why we need to do more on European level to fill the NATO defense plans with our capabilities. And German factor is here also very important. So Germany vector for us it's important. And we will work on that, and when we do everything what need from us, to be prepared to have a strategic partnership with Germany, and of course national power. National power I already mentioned. We need to find the plan how to increase defense spending to 5-6%, which is already announced. Working together with all parliamentary political parties, we are as the main opposition party supporting these ambitions. And are ready to contribute constructively. And of course, we will develop our strong iron fist, our division. But at the same time, as I mentioned, it's not enough. We should not forget what our adversaries, enemies in the East, can fight devastating wars. So that's why we need to have more prepared society. At least active part of society should have its role in defense plans. So total defense, whole society approach of security is vital, and we are working on it. We started last term, I hope, and new government and new ministry and leadership will continue.
Okay, thank you very much. We will discuss that later a little bit. So, Mr. Palm, you come from a small country, even smaller than Lithuania. And yesterday we had a brief talk on a phone before we met, and it had really a very calming effect on me. As you know, everybody around seems to be threatened already. So from a perspective of a small country like Estonia, which of Trump's decisions do you see as posing the greatest risk to NATO and to the defense of the Baltic states, and the probability of a US withdrawal of the troops from Europe, and not only from the region? Trump's destroying the rules of the game or any other?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, Estonia is even smaller country than Lithuania. Thank you for reminding. I also congratulate Lithuania on establishing division, and I congratulate us establishing Estonian division already 3 years ago. So you are going in a very good pace. Thank you. So, but putting this Trump comments into kind of military perspective, I would start by saying that Ukraine has not won the war because Europe has given too little too late. And too little not because Europe has not wanted to give, but because Europe did not have any. That's a plain truth. I remember years ago, and I would not go into details, but years ago in the NATO planning sessions, we had a discussion about certain capability. And somebody said, well, NATO has 30 battalions, 30 battalions of this particular capability. 27 battalions belong to US, and 3 battalions belong to 3 other NATO countries. So this has been the hard military truth always. Europe has kind of had an idea that diplomacy, economy, innovation, technology has to be on the tip of the spear. US has never forgotten that in order to have a tip of spear, you also have to have a spear. This is not a wake-up call that is happening now to Europe. This is an eviction note for a 35-year-old man-child who has been, evicted from his parents' house. And he is standing outside the house on the porch with a small bag. So what to do next? What to do, whine and continue to go to psychiatrist sessions to the rest of their life? Or to stand up and start working? I'm not a politician. I don't know what's going to happen in the rest of the Europe. But I don't see that in very, nice colors. In order to really start working, you have to have existential threat. And you have to have kind of threat perception that really forces you to move. I don't think that majority of European countries have that existential threat. And I'm not saying is it right or wrong. But from the small countries' perspective, we definitely have one. Lithuania has, Estonia has. So what has changed for Estonia after all those sayings? I claim that actually nothing. For us, Russia is still an existential threat. This has not changed. The second question, who bears the primary responsibility for defending Lithuania?
Sorry, the microphone, sorry.
Closer?
Yes, closer.
I thought I'm yelling already. Is that better? I'm sorry. So who has the primary responsibility for defending Lithuania or defending Estonia? Who cares about Lithuanian independence most? It's the Lithuanians. This has not changed, not a single bit. So we will fight when we are attacked. There is no question about that. Our attitude has to be extremely positive. We don't, in the most positive sense, we don't care what the others will do. We'll start fighting, we'll be happy if everybody else joins the party. So that should be our kind of thing. There has been a lot of political attitude, and I have seen that also in Estonia, where people say NATO has responsibility, US has obligations, everybody else. We need to use this first tense far more often. I and we, not them. This has to change completely. And I see, of course, as we heard yesterday, the initial day, and today, the Lithuanian political, messaging has changed quite a lot. So what is a fair burden sharing? I think this is what we also have to discuss, because this is, I think, what President Trump is saying all the time. So what is a fair burden sharing? I don't have a formula. Is it 5% or 6%? But for me, independence is a very dear thing. So if there is an even small chance that we might lose it, I mean, no price is enough. We have to put enough money. And that is, if that needs 25% of GDP, then we have to put 25%. I think this way. But I'm not giving out any numbers, so please forget immediately that 25%. I did not advocate that. But I have one formula that I learned from the marriage. In the marriage, there is always a discussion, what is a fair burden sharing between wife and husband? And one person said that the fair burden sharing is that when both sides do a little bit more than half, then it is a fair burden sharing. So defending the independence, we need to do more than is needed, and then it's fair. And the last comment, of course, is the military defense capabilities of our countries. I mainly speak about, from the perspective of Estonia, being more than 30 years in Estonian military, having had a privilege to serve Estonian military for more than 30 years. I mean, Estonian defense forces, as well as the Lithuanian defense forces, in 2025 are not the defense forces we had in 2020. And definitely not the defense forces we had in 2015. So all the scenarios you sometimes read from the newspapers, or hear talking heads saying, 72 hours or 7 days, that takes, to conquer Lithuania or something like this. This is not realistic anymore. Militaries of those countries are considering how to quickly take the fight to the Russian soil. This is the reality in the military domain. So things are not very bad. Let's continue pushing and give more money to military defense. Thank you.
But I have to ask that question. Our former Lithuanian army chief, Vytautas Žukas, said this week that NATO could collapse and that the worst case scenario should be prepared for. Do you have the same fears?
Fear is always a very bad advisor. You need to be very cautious when living beside the Russia, but that's it. I mean, let's have this scenario. Let's think about, U.S. will not help us. Okay, NATO will collapse, and Article 5 is not kind of, what does it change? Do we still fight? Of course we'll fight. I mean, what's a change? Is it going to be a harder fight? Yes, probably, but, it is what it is. So in Estonia, when we say that the things are not really good, then we say it's a shitty skiing weather. So this is how normal winter looks like. You don't have much snow. It's not a very good skiing weather. So this is our security policy or security environment at the moment. We have to accept and instead of skiing, maybe start running in order to keep us in shape. But we will not definitely stop fighting. If I may, one additional comment. What probably needs to change is the understanding that the war is between two militaries. So for some reason, we concentrate very much on the military defense, but the Russia will fight against the whole society. More civilian targets are attacked in Ukraine than military targets, meaning that the lethal power is not only for the MOD or for the military, but also the critical national infrastructure has to be protected by military means and by weapons.
For that point, because now I would like to dive into discussing the story of success, how a small country can fight and can win. And Mr. Sne, Lithuania, the Baltic states seems to have very similar conditions to Israel regarding national security issues. And you're, of course, following the situation, how US priorities are changing, how Europe is reacting to the changes. How do you see the situation based on the Israel's experience and lessons? And we talked about the war of 1973, when you had to fight alone for 10 days and that the help of the United States came late or even too late.
Allow me, as a guest from the Middle East, to make some historical corrections. We, in 1973, we fought not 10 days alone, but all the war we fought alone against Egypt and Syria, who had quantitative edge on us, a very substantial one. The point is that our major ally, the United States, came to our help only after 10 days that we fought alone and succeeded to change the course of war to our favor from a very inferior position. When we fought in the Golan Heights and along the Suez Canal, our ambassador in Washington and Kissinger, they discussed and negotiated and bargained when the American support will be given to Israel, and it took too long. It was not automatic, it was not quick. I remember it vividly myself when I passed through our military airport near Tel Aviv, near what today is Ben Gurion, and in the dawn of October 16th, I saw a line of American C-130 cargo planes standing there on the tarmac, and the equipment goes out. But in that time, our paratroopers were already in the other side of the Suez Canal. So, alliance is important, but here is the message I said in the discussion yesterday, and I repeat it time again. You have to rely on yourself in defending yourself. You should fight yourself, even if you do it alone. For your existence, no one will do it instead of you. One more, two comments about our relations, the military relations with the United States. For 19 years, from the independence in 1948 until the Six-Day War in 1967, we were totally alone and isolated under siege of stronger Arab countries. The strategic alliance with the United States started after our victory in 1967, when we defeated in 6 days 3 Arab countries: Egypt, Jordan, Syria. Then the relations were changed, after we proved that in the worst conditions we stood alone and succeeded. And since then, this Israel-US alliance is part of our deterrence. But never American soldier fought for us. We have to remember it. And I should do justice to 2 US presidents, because people tend to forget what they did to us. The one who gave us the highest financial support, which enabled us to produce, not to invent, to produce more and more Iron Dome batteries, was Obama. He changed the rate of support to $38 billion for 8 years. The president who expressed to us the strongest, the deepest, and the sincerest emotional support was Joe Biden. He was with us in the tough days of October 23. And if we speak about interoperability, interoperability is not only the two war rooms are talking to each other. How many times Secretary Blinken came and participated in meetings of our inner cabinet? How many times General Kurilla, your colleague, came to sit with our generals? This is interoperability. It's not only technical connection, only military connection. It's in the political level as well. So this is about the relations between small country and its big ally. Only when you are strong enough, then you are supported. We have to remember that. Another comment which is relevant to these days is who actually are your allies? Who are your partners? So the first is yourself. That's, I said 10 times, I think it's enough. But your neighbors with whom you share common interests and common enemies. And here you spoke about, you mentioned that NATO collapsed. No, NATO did not collapse. NATO has been changed. And NATO has been changed because the world has been changed. I don't remember that Khrushchev, if you remember him, only the old guys remember Khrushchev, Brezhnev. Khrushchev and Brezhnev had no friends among the members of NATO. Putin has. NATO was created in the days of the peak of the Cold War, when the world was divided to two very cohesive camps. There was no sympathy toward Soviet Union among European countries. But today it's changed. And today NATO is less, I can't say monolithic or cohesive, and it's a change. But what has not been changed? The joint interest of the Baltic states. They face the same enemy, and they share the same interest, and actually the same political culture, which is important. So I think with all the humility of a guest from the Middle East, that you should think more in terms of BADA than NATO. So you ask me, what is BADA? Baltic Defense Alliance. You did not create it yet, but you will. Because somebody once told me, the strongest coalition is the coalition of the weak. Relatively small countries can join to a substantial force. And in this case, we are speaking about countries which are all real democracies, with advanced industry, with academic and scientific high basis, and at the moment that there is political decision and leadership, you can do a lot. And this, if I may say, this is the new alliance of the new world, the alliance of the neighbors who have same enemy, same interest. And how can I show you? Because that's what's happened. Though in a micro level, I can say, not in the largest that we aspire to, but at the night of April 13-14, Israel was attacked by 120 ballistic missiles, 36 cruise missiles, and almost 200 drones in 1 hour, simultaneously. From 5, 6, if you put Gaza aside, from 5 different territories. If we are speaking about big enemies, 5 different territories, from Iraq and Yemen, and Syria and Lebanon. And this attack was thwarted, was stopped. The damage was minimal in Israel. In human life, zero. No one Israeli was killed. They succeeded to kill one Palestinian from Gaza who lived in Jericho. I don't disparage his life, but there was no success to this unprecedented attack of more than 400 projectiles. Who fought? Who helped us to defend ourselves? The United States in the first place, France, UK, and Arab countries, which I will not mention their names. This is a change because they helped us not because they identified with the goals of Zionism, no, but they understand that in the Middle East of today, we have to give hands to each other, to join hands. They understand it, and they trust the cooperation. How do they know? I'll give you an example. In September 2019, the Iranian attacks the international airport of Abu Dhabi and the largest oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, which produced 50% of the Saudi production. And big damages have been created by this. Who helped them? Who retaliated? Nobody. They were alone. The Saudis and the Emiratis, when they were attacked, they were alone. So there is a base.
They learned a lesson.
Okay, I think that the hint was clear.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Hodges, that has been your basic point for some time, that Lithuania, as well as the Baltic countries, must be prepared to fight alone for 2 weeks, even more, and till the support from NATO allies comes. And if it sounds now even more realistic, but how urgent is it?
So you didn't think I was realistic when I said it last time?
No, but I remember the reaction to your words, even in Lithuania. Sorry me.
Well, okay. So I'm struck by my colleagues, my Israeli friends' comment about in 1973 that the United States did not show up until day 10. That's incredible. With no warning, from a cold start, we were able to deploy a lot of U.S. Air Force cargo aircraft loaded with ammunition and equipment and fly into Israel 10 days from zero. All right? I'm chapeau to the U.S. Air Force and all the hardworking logisticians that found and were pulling equipment from everywhere and putting on those airplanes and then figuring out how they're going to land in Israel in a wartime scenario. So I'm sorry that it took 10 days. That's fucking incredible. Excuse me. But it does make the point to our Lithuanian friends, our Latvian friends, our Estonian friends, that in a worst case scenario, worst case, meaning we are completely surprised. Yes, I would imagine it might take at least 2 weeks before Polish, U.S., other forces arrive into Lithuania. So what's here now, which will of course include the German brigade, the Americans that are here, I'm talking land forces. It may be as much as 2 weeks because they'll be coming from somewhere else on exercise or doing whatever they're doing. So my point to my Lithuanian friends last year was, are you prepared? And have our political leaders talk to the population to say, it may be a couple of weeks before more help arrives on the ground. Now, what I have learned in the last couple of days really impresses me that you can, on very short notice, have 50,000 Lithuanians armed and ready to go. So on top of the regular army, all of the reservists, all of the territorial force, that's amazing. I mean, that's impressive. Of course, you have to practice that. But if you don't believe that you might ever be surprised, then you will not have the sense of urgency required to do these exercises. And they're expensive. I mean, this is not free to do a big exercise where people are called from work or university or wherever they are. But that was my point. You may have to do this, and so Lithuania has to practice. And also, I am sure that if Russia has made the terrible decision to invade a NATO country, then they have already made the terrible decision to destroy all of the transportation infrastructure, all of the critical power generation, Klaipėda, Vilnius airport, all the things that are needed for the Allies to arrive, they will all be hit. So this is part of the defense that I think I heard General Vaikšnoras talk about, and Chairman Jeglinskas, and then, of course, my friend General Seimo. Now, we should assume that we will be surprised. I mean, what country is more prepared for attack than Israel? The place is covered with sensors, and it's ready all the time, and yet totally surprised on October the 7th. I was in Kyiv 2 weeks before the Russian large-scale invasion. So, first week of February. I walked around Kyiv. It did not look like a city that was getting ready to be invaded. They absolutely did not believe it or did not want to believe it. So Ukraine was surprised. Even though U.S. intelligence and others constantly saying, they're coming. Okay? So I would not assume that there are enough satellites in the sky to prevent you from being surprised. That's why we have to think about worst case and be prepared mentally as well as physically, and that our civilian leaders talk to us as if we are adults about what the risk is and what you have to do to prepare for that risk.
War comes by surprise. Mr. Kasčiūnas, at what stage is Lithuania regarding the preparedness to the possible Russia's attack on NATO? And I'm not talking about the military preparedness, but the whole infrastructure, the economy, the society, and yeah.
Thank you, Indra. Very good question. So, our defense planning is based on 3 pillars. One pillar is NATO collective security, so I will not talk a lot here. It's NATO defense plans, which we are trying to fill it, and to increase NATO capabilities and boots on the ground as a deterrence by denial concept. So this is one direction. Second direction is, of course, our Iron Fist. So it's a division, Lithuanian division, reestablishment of division. So then most resources will be invested here. So it means, pre-artillery battalions, infantry fighting vehicles, 4 battalions, long-range capabilities, more air defense, at least middle and short, and many our equipment which is needed to have functional, full operational division. But at the same time, as I mentioned in the first part, we need to understand, but our enemy is not only counting our tanks, our infantry fighting vehicles, not only counting our artillery systems, they are counting, is society prepared to defend its country? So will to defend its country. So the main thing, the main factor and the main deterrence factor. So will to defend the country is one thing, but also preparedness of the willing people and their place in the defense plans. And it's another joke from my side. When we appointed a new and very great successful commander of Rifleman Union, Linas Idzelis, we had the one live coverage in one TV show, and he was asked, I was also asked, do you know your place if D-Day comes? in wartime. And he was so authentical, he said, I don't know. The commander of Rifleman Union, which is like paramilitary NGO, he said authentically, openly, I don't know. Now he knows. Now he knows it. It was 2 years or 3 years ago. So the problem always was we have many initiatives, societal initiatives, but we had no full picture of our total defense. So what we are doing now? First of all, of course, territorial defense forces, voluntaries, which Estonia is very strong here. So they will meet the enemy first. So equipping them and finding the place in the defense plans, one part. We have more than 5,000 volunteers in territorial defense forces. What we started in my last year when I was a Minister of Defense, what Chot mentioned, commandant structures. So it means territorial self-defense forces, fighting diversion groups, defending the bridges, objects, which is a system which works in Ukraine. So we invited the people to, to register themselves. And we concentrated on the people who served in our army more than 10 years ago. We call them prepared reserve. We have about 80, 90,000 people. And now we are registering at least 5,000 of them. And they now, have the exercises for preparedness to be in these commandant structures. So it will be together with territorial defense forces. It will be territorial self-defense forces, that backup system. So we created a new platform for people who's asking, where is my role? To find their place. So this is about the Rifleman Union, which is like a separate organization. Now also have different profiles of riflemen. It's a combat rifleman. They are working with voluntary forces, territorial defense. The commandant riflemen are working with commandant structures. So non-kinetic riflemen are also finding their way. So we are little by little painting this total defense picture. So here, I think we have quite good direction. For example, active reserve. We have more than 30,000. Our aim is to have 50,000. Their function is to compensate the losses of regular army. Now we increased very much the exercises, the people who participate from active reserve in the exercises every year. So this is like little by little moving forward. We lack a little bit infrastructure, training areas, we lack instructors, but by little we are moving forward. So this is about the military side. On the civilian side, civil defense, which is a crucial factor also, we have a concept of civil mobilized reserve. About 70,000 people of Lithuania. They signed the obligation, but if war comes, they will continue their function. It means defending the vital functions, which is needed for existence of a country. The model came from Finland. I think for Estonia, it's also very close, this model. So we have doctors, our people who will continue their work because the country should need to keep their functions. So this mobilization reserve of civil people is another concept where we are working on, and we also have quite good direction here. But if you ask me, is our healthcare system adapted to the new reality? If our doctors knows how to to manage the wartime situations. Do we have underground hospitals? Here we have a lot of nice plans. And we need to move forward. And because sometimes we feel that the defense and security is a question of Ministry of Defense, maybe still a Ministry of Interior because of border security. And that's all. It doesn't work so. So we need to understand the whole government approach. And here we are little by little moving. And I know there's no coordination structures in the government, which will try to synchronize the initiatives and, for example, for healthcare system to be prepared more and so on. Such kind of things like logistics, engineering. It was a forgotten spheres where we need to be much more prepared. Now we are moving forward with railroads, with routes for enforcement, with defending our port in Klaipėda, trying to find another ports, maybe also where there are objects here in Šventoji, which is also could be useful. So, but it's still on the more planning level. So here in this directions, we need to do more, and we need to be much more faster.
Could you evaluate the preparedness of the Estonian society?
It's great.
Good.
No.
Happy for you.
I would elaborate a little bit, of course. If you get a feeling that I'm very proud to be Estonian, it's absolutely the right feeling. I am very proud to be Estonian. I just wanted to continue. I think the question you asked from Ben is a little bit unfair. So the question is that kind of, are we prepared if Russia decides to attack? I'll say a slightly controversial statement, but it's absolutely true, by the way. The only way to ensure that you're absolutely prepared for war is to start the war yourself. This is the only way. This is the absolutely only way. All the other options, you will be always unprepared. You will have wrong weaponry, people at wrong place, units at wrong place, and none of your plans is working. Because who attacks has the initiative. It's absolutely clear. Well, that's why one of the countries has this kind of preemptive strike doctrine. I'm not saying that we should attack Russia this year, but I'm saying that this is the only way to be prepared, right? So basically, we will always be unprepared at the moment when Russia attacks. And do we have to fight alone? The answer is kind of yes and no. I mean, some capabilities we will have immediately available. I'll start from, the domains like cyber and space you will have immediately available. There is no time needed for transportation. Some capabilities will not be immediately available, like army, because it takes a lot of time to transport the army, and so on and so forth. So it will be a more complicated than just, we will fight alone type of picture. But for some things, we have to be self-sustainable. We heard the Lithuanian numbers. Well, if Estonian government decides right now it needs to raise its military, we will have 45,000 people armed and in their positions inside 48 hours. And inside 24 hours, we're going to hit targets on the Russian soil. So we have a lot of advantages, and I will not go into all of them. But basically, I mean, it's okay. The situation is never bad. You have to train, as General Hodges said. You have to train and practice. One comment that, or actually not one, but two comments. Where we are totally unprepared, it's on my phone. It's where we are totally unprepared is we have totally forgotten the sentence. I don't know, is there a sentence, but kind of similar, like war are fought in trenches, but wars are won in factories. So we might have the first line ready, first kind of military, but how to replenish losses, how to get the right stuff very quickly onto the front line. Our distinguished panelist brought a good example on how Israel defended itself against 400 different projectiles. This is a good example. However, Iranian government probably spent around $10 to $20 million on those projectiles, and the receiving end spent $1.3 billion to take those projectiles down. You can do it once, but not every day. This is not sustainable. We have to change that balance very, very quickly. And the last comment I have is that, and I also have this mental fall. So some people say if Russia attacks, and some people are even more braver say when Russia attacks, right? But I think we need to go even further. Russia is not going to always attack only militarily, and they're not attacking militarily, hybrid warfare, and you all know that. I think our slogan should be, when Russia steps over the line, we'll hit back. Whatever the line is, we will determine the line. And one of the best things to determine the line, one of the best places is the Baltic Sea. 9 nations, 8 them belong to NATO. Baltic Sea is like a river. I mean, from Stockholm to Estonia, it's 160 kilometers, 100 miles. Less than 100, nautical miles. So it's less than mainland China to Taiwan. And almost all NATO countries have weapons that shoot 200, 300 kilometers at the naval targets. So we, dominate militarily the Baltic Sea. Why not make it into the practice and say to the Russia that you step over the line, we will hit back? And the last comment, sorry, talking too much, I know, but the last comment about helping us, I mean, if, let's say Estonia is Russia steps over the line and decides to do military invasion into Estonia, as an Estonian citizen, I would be more happier if the Allies hit back in Vladivostok or Moscow or somewhere else. I would be far happier than, somebody will bring me one more brigade into Estonia. Thank you.
Ms. Nesne, could you please elaborate more on the preparedness of the society?
Fortunately, we don't need a lot of preparation to be prepared. And whenever there is an alarming situation, this is the reserve soldiers who call their units than the other way around. And it's something which is very deeply rooted in the spirit of the Israelis. And the rate of, at a moment of opening of a war, the number of mainly reserve soldiers who come to their unit is by far more than those who are registered, by far. And this is a matter of mentality. It's not something that you can artificially engineer. There is, and I'm so grateful that this is the situation, there is in Israel, after all the years, a very strong sense of internal solidarity. And the civil society, in the first days of the war, actually took the roles of the government. When the government institutions were not competent, voluntarily, civil society organizations, mainly in logistics, in supporting the military, they took over. It means that with all the troubles the inner trouble that we have, the sense of solidarity is strong and people know how to act. And maybe I will give one of the examples that there are two major generals in reserve in their early 60s that in the very first hours of the attack on us on October 7th, took their personal weapon, their cars, and went to Gaza area to fight the terrorists and to save lives. And 3 major generals, years after they were retired, but they did it. And I will tell a political remark, all the three are one of the most vocal opposition voices in Israel. Why saying it? Because, and this is a mistake that our adversaries did, it has the zeal, the enthusiasm to defend the country has nothing to do with the internal politics of the country. You can hate the government and love the country. And the mistake of some of our enemies was that they thought that the protest against the government, it means that the country is weak, vulnerable, fragile. The contrary. All those who took to the streets, they did it out of love of the country. And this is something which is inside the spirit of a nation, and you can't artificially produce it.
In order not to fight alone, let's talk about the alliances. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lithuanian Foreign Affairs, Kęstutis Budrys, did not reject the possibility to create kind of new alliances within the NATO framework. And from one side, it can be kind of, can lead to the deeper erosion of NATO. I've heard lots of voices on that, but from another side, I mean, it might be a possibility to have stronger partners and allies closer. So this is a question to everybody. So do we have platforms existing we can start from? And what could be your ideas? So maybe you can start from you.
Is NATO there this kind of main question? I mean, President of France said years ago that NATO is brain dead, and I kind of a little bit agree with him at certain aspects of the NATO. For example, again, when being in uniform, it really irritated me every time when NATO military structures, when you have those internal discussions about the defense plans, about the capability development plans, and certain high-ranking generals would come up with a message, yes, but we cannot do this version of the plan because that would be politically not acceptable. Or politicians will not accept that. And this is wrong. Military has to present military options, and politicians will make political decisions. So there should be a clear division. Of course, you have to be aware of the things and so on and so forth, but you can't do a military plan purely on the political acceptability and acceptance. Nevertheless, I don't think that NATO is a dead organization. I don't think that NATO is totally useless. So should we establish different forums and formats? I think in reality, in many cases, those things already exist out of necessity, but also out of this kind of shared understanding of the security situation. Lithuania and Germany have certain, in military sense, certainly a special relationship. Estonia and Great Britain, or we think we have, it doesn't say that we have a formal agreement that if that happens, this happens. It's still in the NATO format. But we work very closely, and I think we understand each other a little bit better. So there are already certain formats. And I would like to see the three Baltic states becoming a Schengen, military Schengen, kind of a single military leadership, if not single military leadership, then military thinking and so on and so forth. But also working daily closer helps. And I know I evaded the concrete answer. But at the end, I believe our political level will make whatever decision is needed to retain our independence. And this is the only thing what really matters at the end.
My follow-up question to you would be, why don't we have still Baltic Schengen, military Schengen?
Yes, that's a good question. We have one politician on the panel.
Yeah. Mr. Kasčiūnas.
This situation in military is called torpedoes in the water, so you're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. I think we did some common things together. I would say, military Schengen is one thing. Another thing is like procurement different. For example, when we are creating infantry fighting battalions, yes, and for example, Latvia is buying one type of equipment, we are buying another type of equipment, different types of equipment we can also see in air defense. This is the problem sometimes. I can explain why it's happened, but it always is a challenge because we need interoperability. So one thing where we need to move forward faster, but good points, good moves. I would call northern eastern line. We agreed to coordinate ourselves on counter mobility measures. Estonia, Latvia have different ways of choosing the tools. Lithuania too, but the idea is together with Poland to find the strong counter mobility on our borders to defend eastern flanks, to stop the aggressor on the first meters in NATO area. So we did some good coordinational moves together in this direction. So here we can say what it's I would say success story. Now we're trying to achieve some additional EU funding for this initiative, and I think it will be successful in 2 or 3 years. So, but of course, in military Schengen question, we need more common infrastructure, Rail Baltica, Via Baltica. How hard is the implementation of these projects? It's a different interest, and the problem is that interests of different sectors. It's not covered by ministries of defense. It's covered by other ministries, transport ministry, other ministry, and it's not so easy to synchronize all initiatives. So there are good examples, I would say. But at the same time, we need, of course, to be much more successful in other sectors. If you let me, Indra, to talk a little bit more about this alliances question. So I still believe that U.S. will be present in European security system, especially in the NATO eastern flank. I just think that we will need to pay for that more. I hope so. It will be a formula. On German brigade, I think we have already point of no return with Germans. And it's a really successful example how we should strengthen eastern flank with military presence here on the ground, with concept deterrence by denial instead of deterrence by punishment when asking for reinforcement. You will have already forces on the ground. So it's very much important. Looking at our I would say, formats, we have joint expeditionary forces, so-called JEF format, initiated by Brits, by UK. UK have many challenges in their defense policy and defense system, but we feel now the leadership of UK talking about possibility to deploy their troops in Ukraine as peacekeepers. So it's a good sign. But potentially with JEF, I think it's a very interesting format because Nordic Baltics, it's very dynamic region. If you look to the numbers of support of Ukraine, Nordic Baltic region as a region is almost number 2 with supporting amounts for Ukraine. Increasing defense spending, total defense concept in Finland and Sweden. So I would say this region and direction where we need to move forward. So JEF, so it's Nordic, Baltic, Netherlands, and UK. It's a good format to work on. And Poland, of course, Poland is a gravity center. Their defense spending, all the procurement plans. But with Poland, we always have challenge how to say it correctly and diplomatically. A little bit, maybe sometimes too much inward looking. I mean, it's caveats problems. It's not maybe well-known problem for society, but it's like for security community. So it's national restrictions, and we need to change that. I mean, we have ORSHA training and planning with Poland. It's a good sign when we are making the common exercises for Suwalki corridor to deter our adversaries. But at the same time, we need much more deeper cooperation. And sometimes Poland is a little bit like national inward looking for their defense. It's understandable, but we need to open that. I think we should be have more strategic cooperation with Poland and to coordinate much more our efforts and our plans and our defense common plans. Lithuania is becoming a member of Northeast Corp in Szczecin, and it's a good move too. So Poland is another direction which we need to move together forward.
Mr. Palm, maybe you would comment on Mr. Kasčiūnas and then Mr. Hodges.
I'm sorry. Yes, there would not be a panel if people would all agree. Sir, I would respectfully, totally disagree with you. That's always a good start. So, Jeff, that's why I was very hesitating in my answer. Jeff is a good example of this kind of a coalition inside the coalition type of thing. But when you start to sell, so to say, Jeff to your people, then nowadays it's a very problematic thing. Before, Sweden and Finland were not part of the NATO. Jeff was very easy to sell. You say Jeff kind of combines also the countries that are not, part of the NATO, but are like-minded. And of course, European Union, Article 42.7, and so on and so forth. So that was kind of easy thing to do. But now, how do you sell Jeff to our own people? Well, Jeff is a first responder. Okay, but why NATO is not a first responder? Well, Jeff is quickly here. Well, why NATO is not quickly here? And it becomes kind of, and then you start to find excuses and so on and so forth. So that's why I was not very, very kind of eager to recommend different other coalitions than NATO. Once we are in the NATO, we need to make it work. But from the small country perspective, what we need to understand it is how quickly small countries can get overwhelmed by the coalition. So it is very, very typical in Lithuania, in Latvia, in Estonia, that you have, let's say, discussions about some military project. Let's say, starting years and years ago, we started EFP battle groups. From Britain, we had a small delegation of 60 people arriving, and from Estonia, it was 2 people talking to them. So that is a very typical thing. So we are so easily and so quickly overwhelmed by this friendly hugs. And what also was kind of shown is that how quickly we turn inside. So it demands a lot of energy for every country to look outside and to keep connections. And this has to happen. Doesn't matter inside Jeff, inside NATO. But for example, in 2021, when the immigrants started, Belarus started to use immigrants as a weapon systems against Lithuania first, Poland second, then the tendencies in all our countries were kind of look inward, saying, yeah, let's protect our own borders. But the reaction is totally wrong. That's why, militaries try to push everywhere. Let's help Lithuanians, let's help Poland, let's, do all those things. So at the end, the energy needs to be in place to retain the relationships all the time.
Mr. Hodges.
So I'm not worried that there's this alliances within alliances. I think what Velko has said is exactly right. I mean, we have, of course, there are regional interests inside NATO, Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Arctic, Mediterranean, where NATO countries will have specific interests that are regional. And that's why the alliance has done the very, very hard work of developing a family of plans, regional plans for the alliance. And so rather than trying to create new solutions to something, take this great alliance and get really good on those plans. I know that Lithuania is famous for basketball. Okay, well, They're not famous for basketball because they're real tall or they can jump. It's because they practice, so that all the best players in their sleep know exactly what to do. And that's what the Lithuanian army should do, the Estonian army, the Polish army, the American army. Practice. That's what the plan does. So that every vehicle driver, every artilleryman, every engineer knows exactly where to go in the confusion of a crisis. They know exactly what to do. And that practice will generate so much confidence, and then our enemy can also see, like, they're ready, they are prepared. And I think this, more than trying to create other sort of solutions, make NATO plans work. That to me is the best thing we can do. In the Cold War days, every driver in the U.S. Army in West Germany knew exactly where to take his vehicle. We knew who the farmer was that was out in front of our position. We knew it was the Schmidt farm. I mean, we knew it because you practice over and over and over and over. And I think that's how you also build up speed, because you have practiced so much.
I would humbly suggest 3 areas that integration and synergy between the Baltic states should be encouraged and started. 3. One is air defense, second is military industry, and the third is intelligence. And if you start in these 3 domains, air defense, industry, and the dementia start like this, isn't it? I said defense industry, intelligence, and air defense. If in these 3 domains you start synergy and coordination, you made already a big step forward. It's better than writing the obituaries of NATO. Do something.
Okay, we are on time for the questions. The monopoly of my questions has ended. So I know that we have 3 questions from our viewers online. So Emilia, please.
Yes, we have 1 question and 2, I could say, more like remarks. So I will start with the first one. It's in Lithuanian, so I will translate in English. So, hello, great conference. Here's my question. Why is the protection strengthening of the EU and NATO's eastern border in the event of real risk, threat of military intervention, not just a peacetime patrolling, left solely to Lithuania's military and financial capabilities? Deterrence, of course, is primary interest for Lithuania, but is also in the interest of both alliances, NATO and the EU. And the second remark is that the former KGB agents used to say that Trump is a KGB asset. And now in the highest position in the US, if this is true, how USA will protect itself when Trump puts his loyalists and worshippers without any critical thinking in the highest positions of the US? And the last one, Israel has benefited significantly from the provision of military equipment from the United States at no cost. It may be prudent for Lithuania to receive similar military assistance, with Lithuania contributing to necessary personnel in the form of soldiers. The end.
Yes, so who would start? So I would offer that Mr. Snech, could you elaborate more on that Israeli question?
The question is not accurate. We didn't enjoy equipment for free. Well, the arrangement between Israel and the United States is that the United States finances our procurement of certain and only mainly US platforms All the rest, we are doing ourselves. We produce ourselves. Platforms, we do not produce. That's why we need the F-15 and the F-16 and F-35. Because we took decision about 4 years ago, there was already in preparation an Israeli jet fighter, and under US pressure, we decided to stop the program, and we have to lay off maybe 8,000 employees of the Israeli aircraft industry. So in that time, we decided not to produce platforms, but we receive it from the United States, and actually it's a way of the administration to subsidize the defense industry in America. All the rest, we are developing ourselves and producing ourselves. When it comes to Iron Dome, because we need a lot of batteries, because of the number, just in Lebanon, there were 150,000 missiles and rockets aimed to Israel. So we need a huge number of interceptors, and for this, we received from America a special assistance. These are the facts.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, Lorena, maybe you could elaborate more on that KGB shadow of the Trump's administration. And
if I may, I would better will a little bit elaborate on counter mobility measures and border defense. So as I already mentioned, we have a common Baltic states initiative, Baltic Defense Line, and together with Polish initiative Eastern Shield, now we call it Northern Eastern Shield. What does it mean? It means you create the counter mobility for first steps of your adversary. What is very important here to have the mines capability, different types of mines, anti-transport, anti-tank, and also anti-personnel. So one of my last initiative when I left the office and came back to the parliament as in opposition, we started a discussion here in Lithuania, and I know there is discussions also in Estonia and Latvia on getting out from Ottawa Convention. If you bind your hands and cannot use the anti-personnel mines, which will be could be combined with anti-tank mines, and can create a big effect for a deterrence effect and defense effect on adversary, I think we should free countries move forward. I know it's sensitive. I know it's sensitive, especially for Latvia, but we need to do, and we have discussions here in Lithuania, and I hope we will make a decision in spring session. Also, in Finland, they are also serious on that, and maybe even more serious than the Baltics. So I hope the Finnish example will show example for all of us. And about the question was about the contribution of EU and NATO. So I really have expectations, and we talked with our defense commissioner. Andrius Kubilius, but this Northern Eastern Shield initiative should be also part of EU funding. It will be not so fast because EU funding is based on 7 years financial perspective. So it's this financial perspective is coming to the end into 2028. But in the new perspective, I hope we will have the line, the budget line in EU for this Northern Eastern Shield, and we will have EU contribution to this initiative, which is also, of course, not only our own initiative; it serves for whole EU.
okay, the floor is yours for the question. So please, okay. So I don't know who is the first. You have to push the button and use the mic. Under that, yeah.
Okay, then I will be sitting. Ilya Ponomarev, Congress of People's Deputies. I I really wanted to elaborate more on what Laurinus was just saying. I love the concept that the strongest coalition is the coalition of the weak. But maybe the recent events in the States give us the possibility to think more about the regional coalition. The strongest army in Europe looks like not the US army, it's the Ukrainian army. I think that if Ukraine would be still pushed into any kind of ceasefire, then there is a resource that can be used for a joint defense for the Baltic states, Eastern Europe, Finland, and maybe it's time to talk about the Great Firewall at the eastern flank of NATO with the new technologies that are available in Ukraine. Because with all due respect with the mines concept, you cannot create a wide enough no man's land at the eastern border, and that would be problematic just from the civilian point of view to create a wide enough defense line. But with all the kind of drones and all the asymmetric warfare that was just emerging in Ukraine, you can actually do this. So maybe thinking about such a program, what do you think?
Yeah, Mr. Kasčiūnas, that was the question too.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good, very good remarks, especially when we are talking about this Baltic defense line and our northeastern shield. It includes also not only mines, land mines, it includes also air protection and air defense with drones. So this is the concept too, especially in Poland. So absolutely, you're right. We are learning as much as possible from Ukraine. Not of course. You cannot compare with a nation which is in a war, because you always this nation always is very innovative. You know, we are very dynamic, and you still, when you're in a peacetime, you cannot be so dynamic. But of course, we are doing everything what we can, learning from Ukraine, and should do more, especially in drones. In drones, I can give you example. 2 years after the full-scale war started, we still had discussion here in Lithuania. Is drones and all all that kind of new? Is it a new trend which changed the war style, for the future? Or it's just an echo of a Russian war against Ukraine. So we still had a discussion 2 years ago, and now we already break through, and now we are trying to find this capability and integrate it into our defense system.
Paul, you would like to reply?
Yes. First of all, I would say that creating no man's land is absolutely possible, but you don't have to create this no man's land on your side of the border, but on the other side with intelligence and fires if needed. So if you actually go and take a look at the map, then you see that quite bizarrely the regions that are beside Estonia or Latvia are one of the poorest regions in Russia, which is bizarre because European Union is one of the richest places in the world. But it just shows how poorly this strange neighbor uses its economical benefits. Nevertheless, it means that there is very little and limited infrastructure and so on and so forth. So you can create militarily this no man's land on the other side of the border. Now, a few words about military Schengen that would not be misunderstood. I think the idea what I spoke is I would not go so far and speak about common military, but a huge level of integration between all our three Baltic states. This integration currently is not existent in full extent. For example, in Estonia, when you want to bring a Latvian unit to military exercise, it's almost the same procedure and same kind of complications like bringing a US unit. In the case of emergency, Estonian military has certain powers in Estonia. So Actually, in certain emergency states, Estonian military can act as a dictators to take whatever resources are needed for military defense. But this authority is not extended to Lithuanian military. So why wouldn't it be this way if we are training and fighting together? So that is just one example. And the last comment I have is that the drones are everybody who is talking about the war in Ukraine in the sentence 1 or sentence 2, they say drones. And I honestly say it's really hard and difficult to understand what role drones are going to have in the next war. They are going to change the war, I agree, but the drones are kind of the innovation out of necessity because everybody lacked artillery and everybody lacked everything else. So that's why they started to innovate. There were other innovations and other solutions that did not go very far. But my point is that it's always hard to predict innovation, right? And I don't envy our politicians at all. Everybody has promised now that we will put a lot of money into defense. But now the next question, literally next question from politicians is where exactly this money goes. Does it go to US taxpayer, German taxpayer, or Lithuanian taxpayer? If it goes to Lithuanian taxpayer, are we going to buy stuff that our military needs or the stuff that is available in Lithuania? Those are two different things. Or how to create the defense industry and how to force innovation. Those are the questions I have no answers for. And once again, respect and everything, all the strength to our politicians to make those tough decisions. Thank you.
Okay, we have 5 minutes and 3 questions, please.
Yes, my name is Reinhard Klutschik. I'm coming from Austria, and I'm old enough to remember Brezhnev. So this is a comment on what you said, gentleman from Israel, about Brezhnev and Putin's friend in NATO countries. Brezhnev had a lot of friends in NATO countries. Think about the Communist Party in Italy. Think about the Communist Party in France. Think about other communist parties in Western Europe. Think about the so-called peace movement. They had the potential to mobilize hundreds of thousands of peoples for their marches against NATO decisions, Pershing II, etc., etc. The difference was, by the way, Scholz, now Chancellor in Germany, was part of this peace movement. The difference is they have not been in government at that time, and at that time, governments and also civil society was strong enough to defend these friends of Brezhnev. Nowadays, we do not have the resilience in many European societies to fight this, I would call it a disinformation war, which is coming from Moscow.
Very, very brief remark, okay?
It's a discussion between two olds, but even here I have an advantage on you. The names that you mentioned were not governments. They were parties who sympathized with Moscow, but in the governments of Italy or France, you have no country, national leaders that was in favor of Soviet Union. What happened is, on the contrary, that after the invasion to Czechoslovakia, they turned against Brezhnev. So this is a just historical comment to make things clear.
Totally inappropriate comment from my side, but mentioning Brezhnev just created that. I have very, very warm memories of Comrade Brezhnev's funeral. I still remember that day. We got a day off from school, so great day.
And Ambassador of the Netherlands raised the hand.
Thank you so much. I am very inspired by the shitty skiing weather comment, and I would like to also have a provocative question. You quite rightly say it's not a matter of if you're brave, a matter of when, but when they cross, we determine the line. And it is, for me, about the decision-making of crossing the line. Is it not outdated? Do we maybe need to change it? And now the provocative element, should we not take that decision in Brussels, in NATO, but should we take it at a national level, where the line actually is crossed, and then bring it to NATO? Thank you.
I'm totally out of my depth, and it goes not, normal saying is above my pay grade, but you know, I'm not even on the same page with the people who have this pay grade that should answer the question, sir. But I think what I meant by that is I don't think we should wait for attack. What we know is our societies are so much different that whatever we communicate, we understand differently. So basically, we try to always think what they will think, and we will always fail that. I think, sorry, too much word think, but in my opinion, we should literally draw a line, and that is not a geographical and physical line, but we draw a line and say to the Russian side, look, we misunderstand each other constantly. So those are the rules. You step over the line, you die. Very simply. You step over the line, you die. And it doesn't matter where it happens. Is it in sport because they use sport as a weapon? Is it in culture because they use culture as a weapon? Is it in peace movement, anti-vaccine movement? I don't care. You step over the line, we hit you, and you will die. And once this line is established everywhere, and they start to think before they step, then we can continue the communication and have a civilized discussion. But so far, I think it's waste of time and waste of effort. Thank you.
Sorry, we don't have more time for the questions, but I would like the panelists to summarize in one sentence and to convey to the audience the main message that you would like them to take away from this panel. So let me start from the politician, Mr. Kasčiūnas.
We will create Lithuanian hedgehog, which will be uncomfortable even for much more stronger Russian bear us to swallow. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hodges?
Rio Terras, when he was the chief of defense of Estonian Armed Forces, and Vilka was a much younger officer, he was asked by an Estonian journalist, what would you do if little green men showed up in Estonia? And Rio says, I would shoot them. So you don't have to go to Brussels to ask permission to defend your country.
Mr. Snell?
I understand that you are in trouble, especially this week. The scene is changing, and not to the favor of the European democracies. So we have to join hands together. That's the only way.
I echo everyone who spoke before. So self-confidence is something that every country should have, and self-confidence as an alliance. And self-confidence is kind of built by being constantly in contact, and not only in contact when crisis erupts, but always in contact.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the panelists. Thank you, the audience, for your patience and questions and attention. So good luck for the forum.
So now we will have a short break to grab a water or a coffee, and in 10 minutes we will start the second panel.
Okay.
So welcome once again. It's time to start the second panel, named Creating Strategic Problems for Russia, Deterrence. And now it's time to introduce our great friend from United States, Ms. Molly McHugh. She is a writer specializing in information warfare. She is the former CEO of FIANA Strategies that advises governments and NGOs on maneuvering high security situations, an expert on Russia influence for governments. McHugh has acted as a foreign policy and strategy consultant and an advisor to political parties in Georgia and Moldova. So her writing has appeared in many various news letters. So,
thank you. That's way too much introduction for me, given that I will give far less to our much more distinguished panelists when we get there. I'm going to do a short introduction while we wait for everybody to finish coming in. So our assignment today is to discuss creating strategic problems for Russia, aka deterrence. And I think that the best place to start when it comes to creating strategic problems for Russia is always Ukraine. And I will maybe briefly highlight a story that many of us probably missed, and it is one that those of us who have been working with Ukraine in Ukraine to help them get the weapons they need have known for some time, but of course have not discussed publicly for all the reasons that will be apparent. But as it was now written in the Wall Street Journal on Friday, and I think a lot of people didn't see it, I will highlight. In August, a very famous Ukrainian pilot named Alexei Mes, aka Moonfish, was shot down returning from a flight to defend Ukrainian skies. That morning there were 127 Russian missiles and 109 Russian drones launched into Ukrainian airspace. And Moonfish shot down 2 missiles and a drone before he was returning back to his base. Not so bad for a guy who'd only been flying F-16s for a couple of months, when he himself was shot down. And he was shot down, as it has now been made public, by a Patriot missile, which was fired by a Ukrainian crew, which had also spent its morning defending Ukrainian skies from Russian missile and drone attacks. This happened because Ukraine had not been given the tactical network it needed to deconflict its own systems as it was receiving them. The deconfliction equipment was taken out of the Patriot systems when they were given to Ukraine and were not provided when the F-16s arrived. So Moonfish saved the lives of thousands of Ukrainians in his decade of flying Ukrainian skies, which he had been doing pretty much since becoming an adult until he died at age 30. And he didn't need to die that day, but he believed in Ukraine, he believed in the United States, and that the United States would help Ukraine, and that they would do so more if the Ukrainians showed them exactly who it was that they were. And so I think that I mention his story today for 3 reasons. The first is that with better coordination and trust, we will get a better yield for all of our inputs into Ukraine. The second is because Moonfish's story is one that we owe it to ourselves to carry. And the third is that because of the cost of Ukraine, to Ukraine of the US-led caution in the provision of advanced weapon systems in the earlier phase of the war, there is a body count, and I think we owe it to ourselves to confront it relatively openly. Because there is this devastating signal of missed opportunities in the earlier parts of the war, missed opportunities to defeat Russia. And I say this because until this past week, I think it was possible to hope that there was the opportunity for something more and something better from a new US administration, because really we didn't get what we wanted in any capacity from the last one. History rarely remembers caution favorably, because in that caution you see so many missed opportunities, and I think with Russia in particular we see those. There was a chance to defeat Russia, there was a chance to revitalize European security architecture and the American legacy in Europe, and probably American democracy itself at home. There was a chance, but now those chances and choices are relatively different for all of us. So in the past week we've seen members of the Trump administration, the new US administration, make the comments that were discussed a lot by the first panel about signaling that perhaps they see more opportunity talking to the enemy than with our potential allies, signaling that Ukraine must be prepared to give up significant portions of territory, signaling that Ukrainian contributions of strength to NATO may not be welcomed, signaling that there will be a new division of European lands without Europe at the table, and blaming Ukraine for Russia's illegal war of aggression, which de facto erases the sacrifice of all those Ukrainian lives, and signals that Putin and Russia will never be held to account for its illegal war of aggression, its crime of genocide in Ukraine, and the other 150,000 war crimes that the Ukrainians have so far documented that have been committed by Russians in their territory. So I think then we see the European reaction, as always, groups assembling to come up with a response. But what will Europe be willing to risk to earn its seat at the table, I think is a question we need to look at today. And can Europe lead that process of defining what now, instead of running to catch up? Perhaps the NB8 or some sort of new intermarium is going to be the solution, but we will evaluate that today because I think, like Moonfish, we're all flying a bit without our deconfliction software today, and maybe this excellent panel of distinguished gentlemen can help us find our way ahead. Just going down the line, we have Marshall Billingsley, who served in various positions in the US Department of Treasury and the State Department on terrorist finance and arms control issues, as well as previous jobs at DoD and at NATO. Now at the Hudson Institute, we have retired General Raymond Andrzejczyk, the former Chief of General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces. We have, of course, retired Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, who needs no introduction, but served a long, distinguished career in the U.S. Army before serving as National Security Advisor, now at the Hoover Institute, and Ole Dunda from the Ukrainian Parliament. So I think for our first question, I wanted to go to this question of what is deterrence now? I think there's a lot of questions about this after the last week. Has the goal of deterrence changed, and how has it changed or not, given developments in the past week? And I think first I would go to our Polish colleague, who has previously commented that if Ukraine loses even the 5% of GDP that Poland roughly spends now on defense, and the 300,000-man standing army is not going to be enough. And I think the Poles had a very specific stance in Munich and in the discussions afterward about what they have been doing and what needs to be done. And some of it was discussed in the first panel, and I know you wanted to respond a bit to some of that. So that plus start us off on our what is deterrence now, and we will continue on.
Thank you. Big pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Always nice to be in Vilnius, because we have at least 2 cavalry officers. The initiative and the building strategy dilemma you have for sure echoes a few times. Deterrence is still the same. It's about mental readiness, it's about the credible instrumentarium we have, it's about the will. And to be honest, the definition of deterrence was brought by General Jay Carafano, so 100% agree what he said in the previous panel about the changing mind, about the changing communication, changing language. But there's this very interesting thing here for me personally. Anytime I'm in Vilnius, it's still the question about credibility of Poland to be on time and to be in the time of need, echoes everywhere. And I'm asking myself why, and maybe the wider perspective is needed to understand entire problem. So we have a couple of articles in NATO, not only Article 5, which is legendary. If anybody's touching us, immediately everybody goes and fight. So let's keep for a second and look what the Article 3 is about. Article 3 is about our commitment. Once we are ready, once we investing in the security, and then Article 4, and then Article 5. Look in Poland. If there's anybody having questions about credibility and how we approach Article 3, please give me a chance to bring a couple of numbers. 5% GDP, 200,000 army. 94 Apache helicopters contracted. F-35s just started training. HIMARSes, Patriots, all of the equipment. Brand new tanks here. So Poland just bought 250 tanks from US, 200 from Korea, having still German tanks in our combat units. So is it okay about the Article 3? How the Poland is preparing for, Article 5? I think it is. Is any single country or everybody in the NATO spending 2% GDP? So why we don't have questions about the certain countries not spending 2% GDP, not sending tanks to Ukraine, having some limitations of political or mental or whatever, not only with the army, but also with energy. So probably this comparison is not fair. Look in Article 5. John Cavoli, the commander of NATO, strategic commander of NATO, he did a tremendous job. I told, to the end of my days, I will be thanking him for personal commitment to bring regional plans, finally, the new ones. And the plans were announced here in Vilnius in 2023. That was what Iveco said. Why we look in new projects, new sexy terms and one-week sensations, whether we agree 2 years ago, we have to build a tailored and a scalable plans for what we need. This is a question for us. So if you don't believe that Poland will be here on time of need, or will be credible member or executor of a plan, so probably we're given arguments for Russia to use it in their own internal propaganda. And then, of course, in the simplification, we think that we need the troops. It probably will be good also to understand the U.S. approach to the certain, the current situation. The personal presence, the personal, troops on the ground here always will be nice for Lithuania. But believe me, every single Polish HIMARS launcher, if I fire from Poland, I will cover totally, territory of Kaliningrad, up to distance of 70 and 300 kilometers. Even in my F-35, brand new 5th generation airplane, we fire from the west part of Poland any single missile. Well, we contracted 800 Javelin missiles from Wrocław, or from the region that I came from. So we can engage every single target. This is security, this is credibility, this is effectiveness. So please keep in mind, Article 3, Article 5, and Poland ready to go anytime, anywhere you want. So General Zaluzhny, that was what we discussed during the coffee break. General Zaluzhny, Commander-in-Chief, the Ukrainian Armed Forces, he had the 50th birthday a few years ago. It was actually 3 years ago. And there was an additional part of Polish equipment sending to Ukraine. And I had a 50 Rosomax. And I called Valery, and I say, Valery, excuse me, I cannot send you a bottle of whiskey or flowers because your 50th birthday. I'm just sending you 50 Rosomax. And he said, this is the best gift in my life. So and there was no agreement. There was no Article 3. There was no Article 5. So if you're asking me, Polish, once we receive 8 million Ukrainians, I spent tremendous amount of money to support Ukraine, whether Poland is credible, trust me, it is. Thanks.
Thank you, General. Maybe we'll go to General McMaster next for a comment on what is deterrence now?
Well, I think deterrence is, as in the previous panel was discussing, the importance of deterrence by denial, the importance of demonstrating your ability to fight and win, and to convince your enemy that they cannot accomplish their objectives through the use of force. So that's the real combat capability. It's been the topic of the previous panel, and what General Ray has just talked about here, as well as real demonstrated capabilities. But I think also with Russia, it's important to deter actions that are even short of war, in the so-called shadow war that Russia has been waging, or what some call hybrid warfare and so forth. And I think it's important to impose costs on Russia that go far beyond the costs that they factor in when they take the decision to cut an undersea cable, or to conduct a cyber attack, or to burn down a warehouse, or to put incendiary bombs on aircraft. So how can we think about imposing costs on Russia? And I think this is also important to the war in Ukraine, because what we want to do is to ensure that Russia doesn't have the resources that it needs to continue its onslaught against the Ukrainian people. So one of my colleagues at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University is Stephen Kotkin, who's an expert on Stalin. And he's come up with a framework for authoritarian regimes and their sources of strength and support. And he says there are really 5 components to an authoritarian regime's source of strength and support. And those are cash flow. They need cash flow. The second thing they need is security forces, internal security forces in particular, and often multiple security forces that can be pitted against each other. The third thing that they need is control over life choices for their population. The fourth thing they need are stories they tell their people, right? That they have to denazify Ukraine, or that they're being surrounded by NATO, or they need the leader. Only this leader, like a Putin, or the hyper-nationalist class around him, can protect them from these so-called threats. And they need an international system that is at least tolerant of this and keeps them. It gives them access to these other sources of support, and I think that international system for Russia is enabled by China and Chinese support for Russia, as well as others like the Iranians and obviously the North Koreans. This is what you might call an axis of aggressors. So what I would just like to recommend is that we think about these sources of strength and support and ask the question of how do we isolate this regime, Putin's regime, from those sources of strength and support. And you can think about with Marshall Billingsley here, who's an expert on this, about how to cut off their access to cash flow. There's a lot more that we could do there. How do we maybe get to those security forces, maybe pit them against each other? We've already seen the uprising with Prigozhin, where an ex-hot dog salesman and an ex-con marched on Moscow, shot down 7 aircraft, and they were cratering the road in front of them. How do you exacerbate maybe some of these difficult or differences between these security forces? How do you get around the control over life forces, create life choices, create other opportunities for people within Russia, so they're not wholly dependent on the regime? And then, of course, there's a big informational dimension to this. You've seen that Russian disinformation and propaganda has had an effect on the President of the United States. How do you counter those stories in a compelling way? And then what more can we do against this axis of aggressors? And I mentioned this morning, I think we are thinking in terms of I think conventional ways or policies in the 1970s to try to divide Beijing, for example, and Moscow. I think we should glue them together. Because when we act like they're separate from one another, it gives them the space to support one another. And so just some initial thoughts on not only deterring Russia from a conventional perspective in terms of our military capabilities and our demonstrated ability to prevent them from accomplishing their objectives through the use of force, but I think we also have to think in terms of how to deter Russia from its shadow war activities. And one of the ways to do that is to kind of go on the offense here and to isolate Putin's regime from those 5 sources of strength and support. Thank you.
Actually, thank you. And I think we're going to jump ahead a bit. Everybody will still get a chance to comment on everything, but that's a good transition into what I had as our third question. But Marshall, I know you're a flexible thinker, so you can combine your answers and continue on. But the point that General McMaster is making, that one of the challenges with any potential deal to end Russia's illegal war of aggression in Ukraine is that it doesn't solve this broader aggression that we have seen demonstrated against the West, which includes active sabotage, includes deepened partnerships with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, which is partially about Ukraine, partially about the future. It doesn't deter Russia's use of proxies all over the place to cause strategic problems for NATO and the United States specifically. And all of those actions signal Moscow's maximalist intentions toward the West. I think we're all very aware of that here in the Baltic states. So what kinds of strategic problems can be created to deter, contain, or defeat this aggressive revanchist ally, whether they be economic, military, or other? So if you could maybe take that and then combine it with your deterrence thought.
That's a great question, Molly. I'd like to make a couple of points in this respect. The first is that the conceptual framework for deterrence hasn't changed. Because as HR mentioned, yes, part of deterrence is deterrence through denial, but at the heart of it really is what are the things you do that cause a potential aggressor to really step back and question their theory of victory, to question in their own mind whether they actually are going to be able to achieve whatever it is that they are setting out to accomplish. What has changed is that the global security environment has, over the past 7 or 8 years, we saw it and I saw it and began to warn of it as the Undersecretary of State for President Trump and as his arms control envoy, but the potential now for simultaneous, either collaborative or opportunistic aggression between Russia and China is growing, and it now exists today. So as we look at the fact that we may indeed be facing simultaneous conflicts in both Asia and Europe, we obviously are witnessing a war in Europe, one of the key questions is whether the United States and our allies are going to be able to deter and defeat through conventional capability. If we can't do that, that then forces the United States to reassess the role of our nuclear deterrent, which we are now actively doing. So when you look at the rhetoric at Munich and you look at the pressure, which is actually nothing new under the new Trump administration, this is the same pressure that was brought to bear when I was at NATO as the Assistant Secretary General and Don Rumsfeld came to deliver a hard message, Bob Gates for President Obama, and so on. The warning that that capability that needs to be furnished by Europeans for European security is an obligation. It is a straight obligation. If you are not interested in defending yourself, you cannot believe that anybody else is more interested. So the stern message, the unvarnished message that you are now hearing from the Trump administration that Europe must do more is a no-kidding serious message, but we're not doing it simply because we're tired of footing the bill in Europe. We are tired of footing the bill in Europe, but it's because we now face potentially in the next few years Communist Chinese invasion of Taiwan. This is not fanciful. There are very specific, very credible reasons for which we are concerned. And we must free up U.S. conventional capabilities to deter aggression in that theater as well. Now, in terms of the things that need to be done both here and what we are doing, I'll divide just a couple of brief comments on conventional, and then I'll talk a little bit about nuclear. First, one of the benefits that we've had with what the Ukrainians have accomplished is that Putin's conventional capabilities have been set back many, many years. He's basically lost all of his modern armor. His air capabilities are greatly diminished. And it's going to take him quite a while, particularly if the export controls and other trade restrictions stay on, to reestablish that capability. And so what I would suggest the Baltic nations need to do is to emphasize the urgent acquisition of capabilities that defeat the current Russian order of battle, which is human wave. Putin is simply throwing Russian soldiers into a meat grinder in Ukraine. What the Baltic nations need, what the Nordic nations need, is they need the kinds of capabilities that defeat human wave, which is why it makes no sense for the Baltic nations to continue to bind themselves to the Ottawa landmine prohibitions. Because what's better at defeating an invading infantry army than landmines or cluster munitions? So I would take a hard look at the kinds of capabilities that you're going to need in the interim to defeat what Russia will have should a ceasefire, an armistice, or a peace agreement be achieved in Ukraine. Secondly, there are capabilities in the conventional space that are now possible because on my watch, under President Trump, we withdrew from the INF Treaty. And that treaty, by withdrawing from that treaty, we afforded ourselves now the opportunity to develop medium-range ballistic and cruise missiles, and we're doing so. Now, it's great that you can range all parts of Kaliningrad with the HIMARS systems that you've got. Wouldn't it even be better if you could range Moscow with ballistic or cruise missiles? This is another capability we are developing, we are fielding, and this is a capability where we urgently need to look at rotational deployments of U.S. capabilities and potentially acquisition of such capabilities by our trusted allies. On the nuclear front, you will see a substantial adjustment in the U.S. nuclear force posture, I believe. We are no longer going to treat China as a lesser included case in our nuclear force sizing, because we cannot. Because the Chinese are surging to parity with both us and the Russians in terms of the number of nuclear weapons they field and the variety of weapons they have. In fact, they may go beyond that. Moreover, as we look at the nuclear saber rattling that Putin has engaged in over the past several years, that has hardened the U.S. intention to develop a true Iron Dome missile defense for ourselves. And that is actually a term that President Trump has used repeatedly. And so you will see the United States begin to take as a high priority, very, very significant investments in developing an effective defense for the U.S. homeland against this form of coercive blackmail that Russia has already attempted to engage in, and which I'm sure Xi will also attempt to engage in once he has achieved his force sizing objectives. Thank you.
Okay. So certainly then that would mean export controls need to stay in place, sanctions need to stay in place to deter Russia regaining its equipment as fast as it would like to. Good point to make. Ole, let's go to you, and you can maybe address either of these topics in terms of strategic problems we can create for Russia, and also how would you define necessary deterrence now?
Deterrence. Every time when I hear this word deterrence, I flinch from these words because it evokes for me Cold War, supporting Ukraine for as long as is necessary, and not with profit. No, it's not about victory. For me, deterrence it's equal coexistence, like in the Cold War, the same. Deterrence equal coexistence. Two camps, two worlds. We have relationships, some negotiations. Status quo. It's all good. It's not about to win, to have a victory, to change situation. No. No at all. Deterrence come to us from the Cold War, and I wouldn't say it was successful policy, because if we remember time of Cold War, I remind you, in this time we had two nuclear crises, two, not just one, two, Caribbean and 1983. A lot of point of conflicts all the world. Bloody conflicts. Tension relationships in the world, it's always about deterrence. And what we have now, several dozens kilometers from Vilnius, from us, now, we have opponent troops. It's a result of deterrence. Moreover, situation with China, it's the same result of deterrence. I remind you, Kissinger proposed in his time to divide alliance between China and Soviet Empire to win this victory. And what was the result? China helped to collapse Soviet Empire? No. Soviet Empire was rooted inside. And China didn't do anything for this. But United States fed up China and created new monster. It's a result of this strategy of Kissinger's. It's a result of the deterrence. We need to resolve this. We need to solve this problem now, which they create several decades ago. It's deterrence. So, in my opinion, deterrence it's a just problem. It's not about victory. First of all, we need to change our mind and change our point of view in the way to how we can have victory, not deterrence, not coexistence. But if you want to have victory, we need to accept problems, which we have now. So we can compare situation now and in the Cold War. In Cold War, NATO had two levels. The first level is nuclear umbrella, which is provided by United States. And the second level, conventional forces, conventional military forces. And this is level provided by regional leaders, like Western Germany. In 1985, Western Germans had, how much? 600,000 personnel. Contingent of United States in Europe was just 200,000. It was additional forces. So Western Germany's and European forces deterred Soviet Union, not just American troops. After the Cold War, this structure was changed. And after 1991 years, both level, conventional and nuclear, provided by United States. And we see now it was a mistake. No one big country can provide it both level. Because without regional leaders, you can't win any victory. We can't notice about Afghanistan or Iraq. We can notice about France in Sahel. The same situation. France lost this war. And another example is Turkish operation in Syria. They had several months ago. They had regional military forces, and they won this operation because they had a right structure. So, and I need to give one more notice about forces. In January, on the Ukrainian battlefield, 65% of heavy weaponry, Russian heavy weaponry, was struck by unmanned technologies. So, strategy and tactics on battlefield changed. Maybe 100% from Cold War. In this situation, I need to say we need to accept, we all need to accept, military forces of Western democracy now, regular military forces, conventional military forces, useless. We need to accept this, it change for victory. This is first problem. The second problem, we all think Russian economy is weak, is bullshit. Because for this moment, they have economic deficit in world trade for this moment. So these sanctions, the same useless. And the third problem. After the Cold War, after the end of the Cold War, Moscow had 3 decades to flood political circles, media circles, expert circles in Western democracy by their money. Political party in Germany, in Brussels, in UK worked for Russian money. It's corruptions. And for this moment, no one was cleansed with these issues, no cleansed with this situation. And we need change this situation. We need to cleanse it from money of Abramovich, Friedman, and other oligarchs, Russian oligarchs, fake oligarchs. We need to accept all these oligarchs. It's just faces of FSB, which used legal wealth, legal money to corrupt it, political circles in Western democracy. This is three huge problems which we can need to solve to obtain our victory, not Ukrainian victory, but all our victory. This is which instrument we can use for this. Maybe in the next question I will give you my view about this. Thank you.
Actually, I think between some of the comments in the first panel and some of the comments just now, I think we've really highlighted there is this clash, tension a bit between this, when we're looking at lessons learned from the last few years of fighting in Ukraine. Is it that Ukraine fights the way it does now because of the forced innovation, because they are fighting a war a way that we, the West, would never fight a war? We would have air support and air superiority and all these other things that we enjoy. We would have the necessary armor available, fingers crossed. So is the war being fought the way it is out of necessity, or because it does signal this transition to something new? Or is it kind of the third category of it will continue to be the combination of things where there are these newer, obviously much less expensive solutions to shoot a drone at something instead of a $4 million missile? And I think this discussion is going to continue on for some time. But with that, I want to bring it back to HR, if I may, because we are almost at the 3rd anniversary of the full-scale invasion. And I think some of the lessons learned that we have seen through Ukrainian sacrifice are beginning to be institutionalized in the West, or maybe not enough yet. But what are some of those lessons that you think have been most absorbed by Western thinking? And what would a security guarantee for Ukraine look like now at this point?
Well, I think that the lesson at the strategic level is that, deterrence failed, and we have to be honest about why it failed. I think in many ways, when you look at, in retrospect, what the Biden administration did, for example, prior to the massive reinvasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, in retrospect, it looks almost as if they green-lighted the invasion. And what I'm talking about here is obviously the suspension of lethal assistance to Ukraine, listing all the things we wouldn't do in response to an invasion, withdrawal of U.S. naval vessels from the Black Sea, the evacuation of our advisors, and then the evacuation and scuttling of our embassy. And so I think the lesson is that what is provocative is the perception of weakness, and I think that is the number one lesson of the war. All the discussions since then about I think the second lesson at the strategic level is sort of the folly of escalation management or of de-escalation. And in war, of course, each side tries to outdo the other. So if one side, for example, in terms of our support, NATO and other countries' support for Ukraine, is meted out in an effort to manage the escalation of the conflict, that gives the initiative to the other side and essentially gives them the ability to escalate on their own terms with impunity. You saw a similar dynamic, I think, with U.S. counsel to Israel, which Israel ultimately disregarded. And that's why Israel was able to have a devastating effect on Hezbollah, for example, in Lebanon, and then which led to the precipitous collapse of the Assad regime because they were relying on Hezbollah. So I think the big lessons are the perception of weakness is provocative, and escalation management is really a folly and a problem. At the operational and level of war, I think you can learn a lot from Russia's failure in the initial invasion and the degree to which some of the traditional elements of combat readiness are very important. I would say especially in the competency associated with reconnaissance and security operations. I'm concerned about the United States Army in particular, and the degree to which we have gutted our reconnaissance and security formations, which are, I think, incredibly important for determining enemy strength and disposition and fighting power, because still, even with the transparency of the battlefield associated with satellite imagery that's readily available and all of the drone capabilities, there are still traditional countermeasures to those capabilities: dispersion, concealment, intermingling with civilian populations. And so it's still important to be able to fight for information. We saw the importance of training in combined arms capabilities. You know, of course, in combat, there's no single solution like a drone or artillery alone or mobile protected firepower infantry or other joint capabilities, electronic warfare and so forth. It's how you can combine all of those capabilities to seize and retain the initiative. I think you can think of combat, you know, as the children's game of rock, paper, scissors. You have to have all three of those ready to go and be able to use them all in combination to seize and retain the initiative. And of course, we learned from the Russian failure the importance of logistics, right? You know, the old saying that amateurs talk tactics and real experts talk about logistics and the importance of sustaining operations. You know, so I think that we can learn a lot to apply to future armed conflict. We're talking obviously quite a bit. You always hear a lot of discussions about drones, and these FPV drones and the cheap, ubiquitous drones are immensely important in trying to understand the evolving character of warfare. But it's also really important to recognize that whenever there's an innovation in war, there's always a countermeasure, right? Submarine sonar, bomber radar, machine gun tank, anti-tank missile. And I think what we're about to see is an evolution in counter-drone capabilities, drone defenses, associated with what we've already seen, electromagnetic warfare capabilities, but also increasingly directed energy solutions and that sort of thing. I think the problem that we will have to solve in future armed conflict is the problem of the transparency of the battlefield and the degree to which all military forces will have to act as if they're in visual range of the enemy. I think that's what's a big important shift. And associated with that is we have to develop a range of capabilities to blind our enemy so we can retain freedom of movement and action in an increasingly congested battle space, congested with all sorts of surveillance capabilities from low Earth orbit to the whole range of drones, but also congested in terms of the electromagnetic spectrum. So, I mean, there's a heck of a lot to learn from the strategic all the way down to the tactical level. And I think it's going to be immensely important for us to study what's happening in Ukraine with a sense of urgency, obviously, to help the Ukrainians fight and win. And I really applaud Ben Hodges for being a real strong and consistent voice against kind of the defeatism and the escalation, control, and management narratives you hear. But yeah, obviously a lot to learn. In 2014, after the 2014 invasion of Ukraine, my job at the time was to design the future army, and we commissioned an interdisciplinary team of military experts and military officers, but also physicists and scientists and everything to go to Ukraine and to study what they had learned from 2014 on. We delivered that report in 2017, and I think a lot of it's still relevant today. Although, of course, after the second invasion in 2022, there are a lot more lessons to be learned.
I'm going to come back to Ray, but I'm not going to let you off the hook on the question of what could a security guarantee for Ukraine look like now?
Well, I think it's a force, as Ben Hodges was talking about yesterday. I mean, it's a force that can fight and win. I mean, it can't be a tripwire force. It can't be just a bunch of small units that are thrown there. The force size is going to be based on the mission. And is the mission going to be to control a demilitarized zone, or will that force be clearly there in support of Ukrainian forces who are on the front lines and they're prepared to commit in support of Ukrainian forces if there's a renewed attack? I think the force that is there also has to be capable of countering various forms of Russian hybrid warfare as well. And yeah, but I think it depends on the mission. But it ought to be it's got to be a force that can fight and win as part of a coalition with or allies with Ukraine.
So Ray, I'll come back to you, and thankfully you're nimble with your notes there. But combining some of the elements of the other questions, we're at this third anniversary as one of the leading military powers in Europe at this point. From the Polish perspective, what are the key lessons learned? What more can be done to bring the fight to the Russians? And key elements of security guarantees?
Well, the most important lessons learned for me as a soldier, anyway, was the still war is state responsibility and nation business. This is not just only for military. And Ukraine is one of the best examples since the couple of good years, I think, to refresh this classical understanding. I don't know exactly how, numbers in Lithuanian armed forces, but please do that kind of intellectual exercise. When I was in Poland, I said, well, we have 40 million people nearly, and comparing to the army, it looks like 0.5% of the population. This is the armed forces. Of course, children, women, old people not serving, but just to give you impression. So if I see the young ladies here, so young generation, future of Europe, future of Lithuania. So you want to tell me that in your entire life, freedom and all of the values, you want to invest 0.5% of the population? It's interesting observation. So this is the state policy, strategy, leadership, energy, infrastructure, medical system, and so on. So Ukraine, the biggest lessons learned hit my mind was, okay, we need resilience. We need a bigger plan. And also the important lessons learned for me when I was looking at the European Union contribution and the huge GDP we're producing. So Ukraine is as important that we invested 0.3% of entire European Union GDP to support Ukraine to fight and win with Russia. Something wrong with us. So this is the critical lessons learned for me, and we need some, I call it strategical double espresso to wake up.
I'm going to step in. I want to inject a additional concept to this discussion, which is time. We will see a conclusion to the hostilities for now in Ukraine, I have high confidence, which means that Russia will begin the process of redeploying substantial conventional capabilities into the Western military districts, which put large quantities of troops once again directly on the border of the Baltic nations. 150,000 troops or more. At the same time, we have been warning that the intensification of Chinese activities opposite of Taiwan are not just drills. They are practice invasion exercises. They are, to Ben Hodges' point earlier about how militaries have got to practice. Well, the Chinese have been practicing. And they're getting increasingly sophisticated and increasingly complex in the practices that they've been mounting. And we have been consistently warning that the window of danger for Taiwan opens in 2027. That's 2 years from now. Now, do we think that Vladimir Putin told Xi Jinping that he intended to invade, again, Ukraine? I suspect he did. And I suspect Xi Jinping will return the favor, which means that if we have not resized and reinvested the capabilities that we need, 2027 could be a very, very dangerous year for all of us.
Yes, I think this, we have this challenge, at least in the US, not so much in some of the European countries, but specifically in the US, which we've all discussed a lot since the beginning of 2022, which is even on Russia, we don't cross theaters and how we compare intelligence. It's sort of like we're talking about Russia and Europe, and then the Africa guys are talking about Russia and Africa, and then there's the guys over there looking at what the Russians are doing other places. But they don't really sit down together and look at what is the global strategy and what should our global defense to that be. And now you add in this layer of we're still pretending, which one of you mentioned, and I forget who, and I'm sorry, we're still pretending like Russia and China can be split, which is a thing that is nonsensical. Every administration seems to try it from one side or the other. Maybe the Chinese will help us on the war in Ukraine. Maybe the Russians will do something. And I think we all just need to admit that this is not a thing that's going to happen. So adding in that additional layer of evaluating Russian and Chinese deployments and operations across many domains as things that are pairing together is really important moving ahead. With that, I want to come back to our Ukrainian colleague to comment on what you think are the biggest missed lessons learned. You've commented a bit on it already, and what kind of security guarantee you would like to see for Ukraine. And then if you would sort of move us forward into our final question, which is just a quick comment on if Europe needed to stand alone now, if the US did signal that it's moving its forces more quickly to other places, what do you think is the most important thing that can be done in the next 6 months?
Thank you, Molly. First of all, I will answer about dividing Russia and China. I think no one can operate this, could do this in traditional way. Exists just one instrument which can divide. This is to count. Is dismantling of Russia. Just this instrument can divide Russia and China. About security guarantee. We have one big mistake when we speak or discuss about security guarantee for Ukraine, because it's war, it's a situation not just about Ukraine, it's about Europe. If you would pay attention speeches Putin for last decades, and if you noticed his ultimatum in December 2021, his questions, his speeches, all was about Europe. And we need to change this question in that way. What kind of security guarantee needs Europe? Because Ukraine is just instrument to divide, for Putin to divide Europe, divide European Union, and come back in the time of coexistence, deterrence in the Cold War, when Soviet Empire had the Warsaw Pact, and I need to notice, they started this process with Hungary and Slovakia inside NATO. Moscow has now newborn. New Warsaw Pact. And again, you need to accept this. Not to be blind, accept this. And if we return to security guarantee, think about security guarantee for Europe, not just about Ukraine, first of all. And this situation, I need to say, don't exist any security guarantee to deter Moscow in Russia. You need to change your policy in the way to win this war, global war. It's not a war in Ukraine, at global, the third war. And for this, you need to change, first of all, for Europe. If we say about Europe, first of all, Europe needs to be a global player in the space. Who will control space? That will control battlefield in unmanned technologies. Now, this is space control Musk. He's global player. In this strategy, we need European Union change and start create the satellite grouping in the space, big like Musk. no less. It's the first. The second, we need in all region create new regional blocks with new regional leaders like Turkey, maybe in other countries, which have readiness to pay for regular military forces in this situation, with supporting from United States and European Union. We need like alliance. We need to have supporting and regional military forces in all world, in all continents around Russia and China. This is the way to win this war. This is security guarantee. Thank you. And for last questions, could we survive without United States? Yes, of course. With European Union, you need to understand, now cost of the war every day is decreasing. Because we don't need heavy weaponry, we don't need so much tanks, we don't need so much artillery, we don't need so much aircraft carriers. This is money for this heavy weaponry, it's like wasting for nothing. And for this, I would propose our partners, always in Lithuania, in France, in Germany, to support every division, Ukrainian division on the battlefield to change experience. This is just one way. You can't buy weaponry for your depot because progress is so huge. After 1 month, all military technology became old. So you need to, with Ukraine, you need to pay for research and development on the real battlefield in Ukraine. This is the way to change your military forces. But we can win this war, and we never give up. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I will move back down the line, starting with HR. Each of you, if there's any final thoughts you think I didn't give you the opportunity to say in our previous questions, but specifically looking at if Europe needed to stand alone more quickly, what's the most effective thing they could do in the next 6 months? And then we'll take some audience questions.
Yeah, I think just I mentioned it a little bit earlier, is to look at this axis of aggressors for what they are, and to recognize that we're dealing with two revanchist powers on the Eurasian landmass of China and Russia, who are in this partnership with no limits, to use their own terms. But they've also brought in the Iranians and the North Koreans in a very direct way in terms of Iran's support for the Russians with Shahed drones and missiles, for example, and of course North Koreans fighting alongside Russians in the first major land war in Europe since World War II, and providing millions of rounds of artillery and missiles and so forth. They're all aiding and abetting each other. China is foundational to Russia's ability to continue the war, not only because they're feeding Putin's ATM with cash, with energy purchases, but also because they're providing the electronics and the hardware that they need to continue their onslaught against the Ukrainian people. So I think there are opportunities when you look at the axis of aggressors holistically. I think there are opportunities to counter disinformation, for example, and to help people like President Trump understand what is at stake in this war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is important in and of itself for Ukrainians, obviously, for Europe, but the war in Ukraine is central to this competition with an axis of aggressors who are working together for slightly different purposes, but for the overall goal of destroying the existing international order and rewriting the rules of international discourse in a way that favors their authoritarian regimes and that favors, in particular, China's statist mercantilist economic model. So the stakes are extremely high. The second thing that I would say, and this is our distinguished colleague here from Ukraine made this point already, is that the war in Ukraine is connected to the much larger war that Russia is waging against all of Europe. And it's really important, I think, to connect what is happening in Ukraine to really the de facto annexation of Belarus, the subversion of other countries in Europe. You mentioned Hungary and Slovakia, but a sustained campaign of political subversion using sophisticated campaigns of cyber-enabled information warfare, cyber attacks, and all the other measures we've talked about. So I think that these 2 points are sometimes missed in connection with the importance of the competition with Russia, is Russia's role within this axis of aggressors, and how Russia's continued onslaught against the Ukrainians is connected to a much broader war that Russia's already waging against us, and that requires, I think, a concerted and determined response. Thanks.
Thank you. Ray?
So no one understands the question better than someone who is Polish and been attacked from 2 directions and fighting alone. So we don't want to fight again, that kind of war. So one of the reasons I'm investing in the defense and security is because we say no more the situation we've been attacked and fighting alone. I would mention the gentleman from Israel here, because the 73 Yom Kippur War was mentioned, and Israel was fighting alone from 2 directions as well, and still is, very much challenged by strategical environment. And I highly recommend you to watch the movie when the Golda Meir, commanding, entire war, she asked the Henry Kissinger to visit, and there was a discussion about how to help. And I'm absolutely, totally agree when Ben said about the U.S. efforts. To be honest, your full name is Ben Military Mobility Hodges. And she said, if there will be no support on time, I'm gonna make an army of widows. So level of determination of the Golda Meir was, if I have no option, I will just, getting crazy and attack and I will kill them all. So there was exactly a Baker one we discussed for many years, but also is a topic for today. Should we change the language and in this time and tell Russians, I'm kindly ask you, do not do it. I'm kindly ask you, because I have standards, I have regulations, I have my own values, but if you do so, I'm gonna kill you. Thanks.
And finally, Marshall, too.
The reason I chose to structure my comments to you today with such an emphasis on regions that are not Europe is because I think it's very, very important that you, as our allies, understand how the United States is grappling with a very dangerous global security environment. When President Trump left office, the world was tense but stable. Now we have a war raging in Europe, which happened under President Biden's watch. We have a war that has erupted in the Middle East under President Biden's watch. We have even Nicolas Maduro threatening his neighbors in Venezuela. We have yet to see the North Koreans resume their nuclear testing and their behavior, but I'm sure that's coming. And of course, I've mentioned the growing threat that Xi Jinping poses to Taiwan. So the incoming Trump team, the national security team, is grappling with crises on multiple different fronts, which is why it is essential that our European allies rise to the occasion.
Marshall and I fight about a lot of things, but we absolutely agree that Europe has a lot more to contribute to all of these discussions, particularly by spending more on its own defense. We have time for, we're going to go over about 10 minutes because we started a bit late, so we have time for a couple of audience questions. And I know I had an enthusiastic hand from Konstantin, if you want to go first. Do we have other questions for the panel? Yulia, down here.
Yes, thank you very much, Molly. Konstantin Eggets. I have actually questions to both Assistant Secretary Billingsley and to General Andrzejczak. To Mr. Billingsley, to what extent we keep hearing from Washington that the underlying idea of talking to Putin is actually weaning him off the Chinese dependence. to what extent it's PR and to what extent it's a serious strategic consideration in Washington. And to esteemed General Andrzejczak, could you be a bit more, go a bit into the military strategic details of the threat that now NATO, luckily, poses to Russian Northwest, including St. Petersburg and the ports and things like that? To what extent do you think, and Kaliningrad, to what extent it really could change the strategic views in Moscow in terms of probably more caution, more reserve? Thank you very much.
Let's go ahead and answer those, and then I'll come to Yulia and this lady in the front row here.
Look, Vladimir Putin is at risk of becoming a vassal state to Xi Jinping. And let's recognize that the Chinese have territorial claims on all of their allies. They even have a territorial dispute with North Korea. Just 2-3 years ago, the Chinese redrew maps that assigned to China islands, hotly contested islands that the Russians currently control. Whether we're going to be able to wean Putin away from the Chinese, that's a difficult question, and for the near term may not be feasible. But I think we need to devote a lot of time and attention to that. And I will tell you from firsthand dealing with the Russians, they understand the threat to their territorial integrity that China poses. But Putin has put them into this situation where from an economic and technological lifeline, they are completely dependent on Beijing.
So if I may, just one word about the, the new language of President Trump talking to Putin. I still believe it's a tactics to build a table, but in my mind and in my heart, as a Polish, it's extremely difficult if you say to the Putin that you're a friend, and Poland is absolutely far away. Our DNA, because the history and because the facts, 3 years of war, invading independent country. So, well, I'm a soldier, I'm not a politician. So maybe to build a table, sometimes we have to tactically, in your procedures, change a little bit language, but I'm really interested about the final objective. For me, if you're asking me, far away from imagination to say that way. Talking about the capability in this sector, especially Kaliningrad, I think the Russians understand this language. They see the Finland join NATO. They see the Finland is buying more than 60 fifth-generation airplane. Poland, we just started training, and pretty soon our F-35s will come to Poland, 32. They see the Rangers. Gerasimov still in the office. He's professional, anyway. And he's looking at a map, counting the certain capability, so they understand the language. The most important is how we combine another things, because F-35 is just a platform, but if Poland is buying 800 JASM missiles with a range of 800 kilometers, even if you're firing, flying over Germany, so it's not top secret, it's geography. So this language they understand very well. But the question for us, for example, is if we change a little bit more, because F-35 is also an element of nuclear sharing aspects, maybe this is the language we should change, talking with Russian. So Poland is very keen to sit down to the table and to say, well, how about the NATO-Russia Found Act? So who is against? How about the nuclear sharing aspects? It definitely will help. What this gentleman is talking about, the deterrence and security guarantees. So I think they do. They do.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's take the two questions from the front row.
My question is for Mr. Billingsley. You said, very quickly, that hostilities will be ceasing, but what makes you think so? Because if you look at the situation on the battlefield, Russia is still progressing. If you look at the so-called peace talks, Ukraine is not included, and also ceasefire will be a victory for Trump, not for Putin. Why would Putin want to give it to Trump?
Well, I'm not sure there's any expectation that we need Putin to give anything to the United States. What the Trump team will likely do in the event that Putin continues to stonewall meaningful progress is, I would imagine, they'll begin to rapidly implement a series of far more serious economic and financial measures on the Russian regime. One of the issues we have is that the Biden administration's approach to sanctions was riddled with loopholes. Why did we need 16 rounds of EU sanctions packages? By definition, that tells you that the sanctions are not actually implemented in a truly serious way. You can't leave Russian banks attached to the international financial system and think that you're going to stop financial flows into Russia. You can't allow Russia to sell 600 to 800 billion euros of oil a day and believe that you're going to slow down the war machine in the Russian economy. So I know the Trump team well understands the leverage that they have, and I have little doubt that that's been clearly communicated to the Russian Federation.
And to you, Lee.
Yeah. As a former member of the European Parliament, I just want to say that I totally disagree with a lot of things which was said here. First of all, the Ukraine is a family affair, a lot of family affair, and I always warn my colleagues in Brussels not to intervene into family affairs. They have to find two communities, Ukrainian and Russian, some consensus among them, and then we will help them. Concerning differences in US and European Union attitudes, I would like to explain to my colleagues from US that Europe has a long experience in dealing with, I'm sorry to say, former colonies all around the world. So their knowledge and understanding mentality is totally different than in the United States. That explains the difference in some decisions. Unfortunately, now young generation is coming up, so maybe those differences disappear. And the third point to the point of the name of the conference, in English is probably how to secure victory of the West. So my point is that there is no any word in Yalta and Potsdam agreements concerning right of Soviet Union at that time to incorporate Kaliningrad, as you call, and we called Karaliaučius in Lithuanian language, into Russia at that time in Soviet Union. So I do expect that before 80th anniversary in Moscow, I will see US troops, British troops, French troops, along with Russian troops in Königsberg. It should be divided as it was in Berlin, because there is no solution.
Your point about the history that is often not known, particularly by Americans, is well taken. And it is something that a lot of us spend a lot of time trying to communicate, that there are different experiences that are determining how decisions are informed. And I think we see those, and they are being well communicated through, in particular, our Estonian colleagues who have put their history on the battlefield, as it were, in their approach that they are bringing. And it is teaching us a lot as our partners engage them. We have one final question from online that I will share with the panel. Would it be beneficial to analyze the military assistance provided by Western nations to Ukraine in contrast to the support that Iran, North Korea, and China extend to Russia? You could argue that the West has encountered significant challenges in these efforts, and in contrast, countries like Iran, North Korea, and China appear to have fewer constraints, as evidenced by their willingness to strike civilians in Ukraine. Additionally, it raises questions about the rationale behind the sanctions imposed on China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, as well as the effectiveness of deterrent strategies against these nations. Any thoughts about this question? Maybe Marshall?
That's a good question. I think the main challenge we've had with the provision of military aid to Ukraine is that it's been halting. It's, the United States in particular, but many European countries have sort of moved at the speed of shame. I mean, if you just think about it, the Biden administration tried to shut down all military aid the night of the invasion because the White House lawyers said it might make us party to the conflict. Congress found out about it and reversed that decision, so the Bidenists retreated, but then they didn't want to provide stingers. except Estonia, and others said we've got to give Stingers. Then they didn't want to give javelins. But Baltic nations said we have to give them our javelins. Then they didn't want to give them Harpoon, but Denmark said, no, we're going to need to give them Harpoon. Then they didn't want to give them, I mean, those MiG-29s, I sat in the cockpit of those MiG-29s in 1998. But World War III, if we give them MiG-29s. And, you know, don't give them artillery. Okay, give them a little bit of 155s, but don't talk about HIMARS. Okay, we'll give them some HIMARS, right? But don't give them ATACMS. Maybe we'll give them ATACMS, but don't talk about armor. Then F-16s, and so on and so on and so forth. So it really was this cascade of, you know, to HR's point, this escalation management hand-wringing. To the General's point, you know, we draw these artificial red lines in our minds, and then it proves that there actually never was a red line there, that we conjured it up ourselves. But that has led us to the situation we're in today. Russia likes to talk a good game about how they're fighting NATO in Ukraine. They're not fighting NATO in Ukraine. They're fighting Ukraine with some NATO weapons. But the Russians well understand fighting NATO itself is a whole different ball of wax.
Thank you for that. And I think with that, we'll wrap up. I know everybody's eager to take their lunch break. I will just take the purveyor of the moderator to briefly say that as we are here in Vilnius, and thank you for organizing this wonderful conference again, I think it's good to mark the 10th year of this, which has developed a lot, and I think now gets the attention it deserves, and we have great speakers here today that demonstrate that. But I think it's worth noting from what Marshall was saying in his examples just then and what our other speakers have contributed today, the center of gravity is shifting north, or it should, for how NATO thinks about its security and where decisions are being influenced and made. I think that's part of the initial Macron emergency management meeting where it was like, okay, the polls were there, but other than that, it was like the old guys. I mean, we need to be thinking more about how the examples of the Estonian decision-making, what the Finns are doing, what the Swedes are doing, what the Lithuanians have run to catch up on, how this can inform how the rest of the alliance is making decisions. And I think clearly communicating what has been done and showing how when you do those things, we will give the javelins to the Ukrainians, thank you very much, it pulls the rest of the alliance forward, will be important to consider in the probably relatively wavy months ahead. With that, I think we'll adjourn. Thank you, everybody.
Now we will be having a lunch break, and the third panel will start at 2 p.m.
No, it's on. Just decided that we speak 1 hour longer if they are not coming.
No. Welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch break and won't be sleeping after the lunch break, but I'm sure you won't because we have an interesting discussion upcoming. So now I would like to introduce the speaker, the moderator of the third panel. So Associate Professor Giedrimas Jeglinskas. He is currently serves as an advisor to the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Lithuania on geopolitics, strategy, and the education of military officers. Prior to joining the minister's team, he was a professor of international relations at the General Jonas Žemaitis Military Academy, where he led both undergraduate and graduate programs in political science and represented the institution in the consortium of doctoral studies in political science. His research primarily focused on international security, as well the foreign and security policies of Lithuania and Russia. He has authored and edited books published by international publishers, exploring topics such as European strategic autonomy and total defense. So, Mr. Giedrimas, please.
Thank you for the introduction, and I and my colleague speakers, we were talking that we should put a sign on the door, mobile phones and smartphones are forbidden, in order to keep the attention of what is flowing and how the discussion is flowing, to get involved, because we have attention span issues with those things. But on the more serious questions, so I'm grateful for the organizers of the conference and Colonel Malinionis for inviting me to be a discussant on this in this panel, supporting Ukraine in the wider Baltic area. Last year I was among the speakers, but now they decided to move me, I don't know, one rank up or lower. It's still difficult to understand, but nevertheless, talking about the topic, the importance of the topic increases, importance of the topic is intense, of the discussions increasing, and Ukraine, Russia, US-led negotiations creates more and more areas to talk and discuss among allies, what European allies can contribute to Ukraine, how we can do more than we are doing, how we should ensure the security and probably ceasefire. I would not call it a peace, but a ceasefire possibility by acting, and how we can support Ukraine in the future. When I looked in the map and then I looked in the Kiel Institute of World Economy Support for Ukraine tracker, the top 7 countries supporting Ukraine are countries that are NATO countries around the Baltic Sea area. And the biggest supporters is Estonia, Denmark, Lithuania, Latvia, Finland, Sweden, and Poland. Only then goes countries outside the region. Of course, these countries are what we can call small or middle-sized countries, so their share of GDP, even if relatively high for the support of Ukraine, is relatively low in actual terms, but nevertheless this shows the determination of the countries to support and the understanding of the key messaging and the key importance of what's going on in Ukraine and how this will determine the security situation in the Baltic area after conflict stops at some point. To discuss this military logistical support for Ukraine, humanitarian assistance, protection, collaborative efforts, long-term regional stability and recovery strategies, I have a wonderful team of experts, and I would like to introduce them. First, we have Mr. Reinhard Klautzek, I'm sorry if I mispronounced, President of Pan-European Movement Austria since 2024. Since 1999, he has been Secretary General of the Pan-European Movement Austria and member of Presidium of International Pan-European Union. Mr. Klauser has organized numerous national and international conferences and undertaken political missions across Central and Eastern Europe. Next, we have Colonel Rai Wojcik, hopefully pronounced correctly, retired. he is the former army attaché American Embassy in Warsaw and defense expert in Kościuszko chain. Half of his military assignments are on duty in Europe, including 8 years in Poland, where he also previously served as a director of the Warsaw office of CIPA, Center for European Policy Analysis. And I hope he will enlighten us on his views how Poland can contribute, on what Polish is doing and can do more. Then we have guest Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Rakov, who is a senior fellow at the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. He specializes in Russian policy in the Middle East and great power competition in the region, and he has served in the IDF for over 20 years with a huge experience. Last but not least, and I would like to call him a friend because we usually end up in the similar panels, Michael Malm is a senior advisor at the Swedish Defense Staff and more specifically at the Directorate of Strategic Plans and Policy. His area of expertise and responsibility is total defense and the integration of national and total defense concept into NATO. So I suggest, gentlemen, each of you will have 7 minutes for the opening remarks, and then we will focus on the Q&A session. I will try to take the questions from the audience, and if the audience is relatively passive, I will engage you with my questions. So, Mr. Reinhardt, please.
50%, this is not bad, especially when you compare it to about 3%. Thank you for the invitation to take part in this panel here in this security conference. It's always a challenge for me when I'm sitting here with people with military background. My only military background is the mandatory service in the Austrian army for 8 months, and in that time I was not serving as a fighting soldier, but only in the office of my regiment. However, what was I talking about when I mentioned this 50 and the 3%? 50% is the share on global GDP for the NATO countries. 3% is the share of Russia. And when you add other so-called Western countries to NATO alliance, then it's even more than 50%. So when we talk about figures, everything should be clear. And yeah, but it's not only figures. It's also political will and political readiness. And we all, I think, agree here in this room that political readiness would be to give Ukraine whatever they need to kick out the enemy of their country. This would be a deal. But this deal does not really exist. It's just marginal. And the best deal maker of all times now pretends to have a new idea for a deal, whatever that means. As I said, it's about political readiness and political will. We live in democracies, thanks God. In democracies, people make their decisions, people vote for their government, people vote for their representatives, people take care or take part in the political decision-making process. Not everybody is in a political party. There are many other organizations in the civil society which influence the political decision-making process in media and also vice versa. And I was asked to talk a little bit about the job or the impact of civil society in supporting Ukraine and supporting the security of Europe. I mean, civil society is indeed a wide range of organizations, from discussion clubs to pressure groups, to lobby groups, to organizations like ours with a network all over Europe, to organizations which just collect money for humanitarian aid, etc., up to organizations which really collect money to support the Ukrainian army in their fight. And first statement from my side, civil society is always faster than state bureaucracy. I will give you an example. I have a friend in Ukraine who is university professor. February 24, 2022, only 3 days after his 58th birthday, he decided to join the army. And he was then serving in the army for 2 years, then he was 60, and he was serving in a drone unit, one of these drone units that was also involved in this counter-offensive in the east of Ukraine. But even at the time when he was serving in the army, he had the permission to go to Austria and Germany, he speaks German, to inform the public there, the people there, about what's going on in Ukraine. And having this network, he's also the president of the Pan-European Union in Ukraine. He could collect a lot of money for his unit. He still is administrating a bank account for their unit, and he's collecting money from all over the world to support its unit. And then they tell him, listen, we need this or that pick up a drone or whatever they need, even some financial support for the widow of a soldier who gave his life in this fight against Russia. And then he tries to collect money, or he has money and can give it especially for this purpose. And in his visit last year in Austria, after his service in the army, he gave a speech at the university, and he hardly criticized the state bureaucracy because it is too slow. He quoted the Minister of Defense, I don't know which one it was, who had said that we do not need those wedding drones. You know, these small drones you normally use in your civil life to film a wedding or whatever family events you have. And then Ihor, this professor, said, but without these drones we would all be dead. And when the state then delivers these drones, they are outdated, so that the soldiers on the front line, the pilots, the technics, have to adopt them. But this is only one example that shows the innovation potential in Ukraine, but also the innovation potential in funding the Ukrainian army. It's not only money which comes from the EU country, it is also the Ukrainians themselves who spend a lot of their own money to support the soldiers. This is only one side of the civil society, by donating and delivering humanitarian aid or collecting money for the army. But the same as important, or even more important, in the support of Ukraine is the so-called information war. And I call it a war, and I think we have to call it a war, because the disinformation, misinformation, all kinds of influencing the public opinions against Ukraine is part of a Russian strategy to destabilize the European societies. And again, we have to learn that state bureaucracy is, in many countries, is too slow to counter this disinformation. When the EU sends out its, don't know if anybody knows it, disinformation review, there is nothing new in it. Most of the topics which are addressed in this review have already been discussed in several groups of people who care about this disinformation and who support Ukraine. Some of them are just volunteering and watching social media. Some of them are real professionals to identify fake news. Especially on social media. But it's not only social media which is used for spreading disinformation. In many European countries, and that was already mentioned in one of the panels before, we have the Putin friends in politics, in media, even in academics, and especially in business. Without the support of the civil society, it would not be possible to uncover their narratives as Russian narratives. One of the big challenges in the support of Ukraine is the completely different awareness of the threat which is coming from Moscow. This is a third point I want to mention. I also want to manage it. I had a conversation with a friend from Spain and with a lady from a geopolitical think tank in Paris a week ago in a conference in Bucharest. And, you know, when the French speak about geopolitics, they speak about la grande nation. When the Spanish speak about geopolitics, they think about some parts of Africa and Latin America. They have no idea about Russia and Ukraine. It's far away from them. When you speak about geopolitics here, and when you know where the threat is coming from. And that means that this perspective on the conflict, the war, the destruction of Europe, which we are facing, the perspective is not a European perspective, it's a national perspective. And only having 27 or more, because it's not only the EU countries which are important in Europe, even more national perspectives on a threat coming from the East, you cannot face the challenge. So the challenge for us is to make this perspective a European perspective. And that's why we think that we need to identify and to create a real foreign and security policy for the European Union, which does not only mean the coordination of 27 countries, but a real European foreign and security policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. So I want to give a word for Colonel Rai Wojcik, please.
Yeah, and again, thanks for the invitation to this important conference, and especially on this anniversary. And I just wanted to mention today, you mentioned the mobile phone. So anybody charged their phone up in Lithuania yesterday? Nobody charged their phone. But when you charged your phone yesterday, it was using Western electricity. So congratulations to Lithuania and the Baltic states for finally getting off the Russian grid. And I think that's an important sign of progress on many fronts that Russia has driven, basically, and the allies have responded to since especially 2014. But as we've heard today, in a lot of cases, what we've done since 2014 has been marginal. And what we did just before the second invasion into Ukraine, I mean, look, the war's been going on 11 years, so the second invasion starts in 2022. But predating that, we did not reset deterrence in the region properly. We didn't take it seriously enough, both the United States and our European allies. So the Secretary General at NATO at the Munich Security Conference said there's three things he's focused on. One, Europe has to spend much more, and he targeted the Hague Summit in the Netherlands coming up, and to see what the allies are going to do. I've already heard the Polish Minister of Defense. The Poles are already going to hit 5% by the end of this year, recommending that all of NATO go to 5%. But I think there's still a discussion. I hope NATO does take it seriously. I've heard General Andrzejczak talk about it this way. Every time there's a delay in actually responding to the defense spending requirement, the defense spending requirement goes up geometrically or minimum incrementally much more than we thought. So we're already discussing just last year, the president of Poland saying, hey, everybody in NATO should start thinking about 3.5%. Now we're talking about 5%. So this is important. The NATO Secretary General is definitely focused on that. He said we need to secure the peace in Ukraine, a peace that means war doesn't restart in Ukraine. And that's where Europe has to really figure out as best as possible what that force is going to look like, a force deployed, and not respond to Putin's already comment that, you know, no NATO forces are going to be in Ukraine. We have to get past that. And then defense industry, that was the third point that the NATO Secretary General focused on, about ramping up defense industry. And here on this point, the United States in 1950, so this is just a few years after World War II, the Korean War starts. And in September that year, just a few months after the war began, we realized we did not really have the congressional authority properly in place to give the president the ability to put America on the war footing. So we created the Defense Production Act of 1950, which still exists. It's a mistake for the United States in the last several years when we had opportunities to get America more on the war footing, responding to Russia, but also preparing to defend or counter threats from China, that we haven't put America on a full war footing. And that's shown up, not just in funding issues, but also in our ability to deliver, for example, 155 artillery ammunition to Ukraine. Luckily, a lot of allies in Europe have helped, but there's a lot more needs to happen. And I would say that Europe needs to consider the EU, especially this is where they should play a role. How would you design or create some kind of Defense Production Act or some kind of EU mechanism that allows defense industries to work much more closely together? So this is a challenge for the future. Forward defense. We've been talking about forward defense for many years in the last 3 NATO summits, from Madrid to Vilnius to Washington, and I'm sure at The Hague, but we haven't really implemented it. It's the same old incremental changes. I'm glad to see the Germans are now committed to the brigade in Lithuania, but we don't see much else reinforcing the eastern flank. The United States is heavily committed on a relative basis in Poland, but there's no discussion on permanent units still in forward defense. And to me, that's one of the key elements of forward defense, that we're here to stay. We rotated forces in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years, 1 year at a time. Some people say we fought the war over and over again, 1 year at a time for those 20 years. And that's one of the problems we had in solving the problems in Afghanistan and Iraq. And we're doing something similar right now. It's great that we can test American forces moving, deploying overseas all the time, every 9 months, every year. But we also need the staying power to work with our close allies over here to prepare for future war. So we need longer-term forces in place. As far as the reaction of the Baltic region to support to Ukraine, some of it has been significant. The Baltic allies, especially, were giving all kinds of frontline equipment, the Poles too, as soon as they could. Air defense weapons, artillery. Poles were giving up their frontline Leopard tanks. The Poles were talking about the MiG-29, and they got caught in a weird strategic situation with the United States about transferring their MiG-29s, but finally the Poles were able to transfer those. And there's a myriad of other good examples of what the Baltic region has also done financially. And then also the NB8, this format, this Nordic Baltic 3 plus Iceland format, which has some Polish contact. That format should include Poland, and Poland should, if Poland's not voluntarily joining, they should, or the NB8 should ask Poland to be part of it and integrate Poland in there. And in defense of Poland, General Andrzejczak was talking about this issue where sometimes the Baltic states or some in the Baltic wonder if Poland is going to be there. What is Poland doing? They only care about themselves. General Andrzejczak, when he was the child, I can still remember a meeting a couple years ago. General Hodges was there, and he had just finished an exercise where he took and deployed Polish coastal missile systems, the Norwegian system, NSMs, up to Estonia. And General Andrzejczak was telling the Baltic allies and anybody that would listen, hey, the security of Poland starts in Tallinn, not in Warsaw. So the Poles have been doing a lot on that front. The Poles have created a way for their brigade in the northeast of Poland and their division to work closely with the forming Lithuanian division, or before it was the Iron Wolf Brigade, to do cross-border operations, so that there is, you could say, some sort of Schengen military relationship with Lithuania and Poland at this point, because they've been focusing on this. The Poles are in Latvia. They deployed a company. It stays there all the time, rotates, as in support of the NATO battle group. So the Poles are, committed to the Baltics. I don't think you have to worry about that. And General Andrzejczak talked about the military modernization that's going on. So beyond that, on the maritime front, in the Baltic Sea, we say now that Sweden and Finland are in NATO, that we've got essentially the Baltic Sea as a NATO lake. But it doesn't look like it's that way, at least for now, because right now we have critical undersea infrastructure getting damaged or cut several times just in the last couple of years. So Putin is in hybrid warfare. We don't know if all these cases are exactly sabotage, but certainly there's a pattern of sabotage-looking operations going on in the Baltic Sea. We have 4 NATO maritime groups. 2 of them are focused on counter-mine operations, and 2 are focused on sort of combat deterrence patrolling, and we have 4. So in 2013, how many did we have? We had 4. It's been 10 years and NATO still hasn't upgraded anything, in my view, on the maritime presence on the Baltic Sea. And we better get ready for what's going to be potentially future operations when we get back into the Black Sea. But we're not ready for that. It's good to see some of the initiatives on the Baltic Sea with the Germans taking lead of the combined task force out of Rostock, the German Maritime Center, and then also this Baltic Sentry. Now, using Baltic Sentry is a good point of reference. Baltic Sentry is an operation NATO established, led out of that center at Rostock, that is supposed to be monitoring and engaging on both this undersea infrastructure problem, damage, sabotage, and the shadow fleet. But they don't have the authorities and legal mandates to do everything that's needed to push back on Russia in the Baltic Sea. So this is a good start, but I think it's an indication of what has to happen for NATO. We've been exercising and building bigger exercises for many years, but we haven't really realized yet that we need to go into more or less operations, less focus on just another exercise, the annual Baltic ops, these kinds of things. We need to have more operational focus in the Baltic Sea and all along the eastern flank. And this is something that NB8 can help energize. And then finally, I just want to move over specifically to Poland. And this is one of the points that I think a theme that's come out of this conference. The theme is we're worried about American staying power in Europe. We're worried about American staying power, especially on the eastern flank of NATO. So in my view, we, the United States Army especially, but the United States Department of Defense, has the opportunity of a lifetime if you just look at Poland as a microcosm for the eastern flank. Because what we have this nexus in Poland of a nation that is such a willing ally, so committed to defense of itself and the rest of NATO, and so open to our training requirements. And then when you add on top of that what General Andrzejczak talked about, Poland will have basically a duplicate-looking army in the next several years that looks like us. We have the best training opportunity in the next generation to get into Poland in a stronger fashion than we are today, in a permanent fashion. And this prepares us for future war with China. Why? Because we get all these lessons that are coming out of Ukraine. Ukraine eventually would be part of this huge doctrinal shift in future war. But we have Poland, Ukraine. NATO just moved their Doctrine Lessons Learned Center to JFTC Bydgoszcz, Poland. And we have that capability. So what I think has to happen, there has to be some lobbying in Washington, D.C. through the embassies of the Nordic Baltic 8 or through the alliance to convince the State Department and the Pentagon why it's so important for the United States to still be here. It's not just about sending a message to Xi. It's real training opportunities to prepare us for future war with the most advanced understanding of what future war is going to look like with all these emerging technologies. So we have that opportunity in Poland, and I think that's the point we need to make. And then I'll just finish with this point. What we have in Poland today is basically a rotational armor brigade, and we have another brigade that's sent to Poland as part of the war, countering the war posture of what's going on in Ukraine. What needs to happen, we also have a corps minus headquarters, a forward element of one of our corps, and we have a division forward element. What should be there is the full corps staff, and we should have a full division in Poland. And that division will integrate with five. Poland will have more divisions than most of NATO. And they just announced their next one about a year ago. And we have the opportunity to raise those division capabilities up. And that's an impact for the whole region. I'm not trying to isolate Poland as the place all this happens. That effect, using Poland as the center of gravity, will spread across the whole eastern flank, and the opportunities will be for everybody to prepare to deter, and then if necessary, be ready for war.
Thank you for such an encouraging and tough speech arguments providing why U.S. should have staying in the region. I want to move to the Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Rakov, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for Vaidotas for organizing this wonderful conference. Today is a symbolic day for Israel, because after 503 days, we've received this morning 4 coffins with 4 hostages' bodies, one of 3 members of a family, a mother and her young 2 children, Shiri, Ariel, and Kvir Bibas, and Oded Lifshitz was the 4th guy. And for us, it was a symbol for one of the symbols of the October 10th attack, very young children being taken as hostages and kept for 500 days as an asset. And it's a symbol of atrocity against Israel. It's also a symbol of when Israeli security system, when Israeli state have failed to defend its citizens. And for the last 3 years, I'm dealing with the issue of the civilians at war. In 2022-2023, I was researching the role of the Ukrainian civilian population in the opposing Russian war. And when October 7th happened to us, so me and my colleague Sarah Masha Feinberg from Tel Aviv University were trying to compare the roles of the civilian population in Israel. And we've identified 3 stages of involvement. So in the first stage, the state is surprised. And we've seen the state surprised Russia, succeeded to surprise Ukraine, as General Hodges have mentioned several times. Hamas succeeded to surprise Israel, despite all of the security apparatus we had. And Ukraine succeeded to also surprise Russia several times, especially in Kursk. So the offensive will necessarily succeed to surprise, and he has an opportunity to learn the routine of the other side. And many times the weakest point is not where the military is, but where the civilians are, and there the strike, the blow will be given. And therefore, one of the most important issues in our opinion was to prepare the civilians. In Israel and in Ukraine, there were quite a lot of civilians who had combat experience, the Ukrainians from 2014, the Israelis throughout our lifetime. Some of the Israelis, as General Sneh has mentioned, have taken their weapons from home because they have some and rushed into the vicinity of Gaza to help. So, and on the other side, you see in Russia, for many years, Russia demobilized the activity of its citizens, and when Ukrainian forces moved into Kursk, nobody was there to defend, the people fled. And what we learned that these initial hours are of utmost importance because many gains the offender gets in these hours, and if the civilian population resists, opposes, is active, it can allow to observe the attack and let the military little bit more time to reserve. We have no other opportunity but to fight the offender through the military. But we have to admit that the militaries, in most of the cases, would be overwhelmed in the first hours, and it will take some time to recuperate and regain. And therefore, the second mission for the civilian population is to join in masses the security organizations in order to fight and resist and supplement the logistical problems, the supplies. And we've seen it in Israel, we've seen it in Ukraine. In Ukraine it was much more important, it is important until now, as our Austrian colleague has mentioned, but any big army, when it mobilizes, it needs a lot of equipment, and in the situation, the civilian population can help, and it's part of a fighting machine. It's not only resilience, it's part of the country system to organize itself towards the fighting. And also, example from Russia, while the Israelis, as General Sneh has mentioned, were flocking in the airports, wanting to come back to join the military, in the Russian side, people were fleeing in the first months of the war in order to make sure they are not getting enlisted. And the third issue is that we look 500 years of war in Gaza, more than almost 100 almost 1,100 days of war in Ukraine, and you need to sustain this fighting system. And if you do not have if the society doesn't want to join, to enlist, to help the military effort, so it brings a lot of problems. And we've seen it most strongly in Ukraine, and we've seen it several times in Israel, despite the high motivation of the Israelis to join. But if the society, democratic society, debating the goals of the war, where does the leadership lead us, doesn't agree completely, so there are problems with sustaining the war machine, and all of these issues must be addressed when building total defense. So I know that here in this area, total defense, comprehensive defense, those issues are important. First, the examples from Ukraine and Israel show that these are important. Our claim is that it's not only civilian military relations. Please, dear civilians, take care of yourself, step aside, let the military help and solve the solution. It's something much more integrated, and it should be integrated throughout the war. So this is the main issue. I will add several more bullet points. About last week was not an easy week for transatlantic relationship, and when we look in our experience in Israel, we ask ourselves, why don't we have such a problem? And it seems the Trump administration has good relationship with Israel. There is a personal issue maybe, but another issue is that when they look at Israel, Israel is putting a lot of resources and a lot of money and efforts to build their own capabilities to fight by itself. And even if we ask for help, if we ask for matching, the biggest part of this deal is being produced by the Israeli money. And I think that this relationship is of mutual helpful to both countries. So in the last year, I have to make an asterisk, in the last year we felt that we cannot do it alone anymore. We need coalition. And if there is a coalition, it's an opportunity. In the past, we were obliged to fight alone because all of our vicinity was hostile, and now we can try to build a coalition with the Arab countries, and it is very helpful. But when you come to the coalition with capabilities, technological and military might, it is helpful. So what can I take out of it when from Trump administration? First steps of Trump administration, even before it entered the office, was to pressure the reconciliation in Gaza. And here we can see an example. Many of the words being spoken, not necessarily were fulfilled, but they put a lot of energy. Part of it was positive, so I'm not sure that Gaza would be demolished and 2 million people will move away, but the words of Trump administration that were very uncomfortable to many ears brought the people thinking about new ideas, and I hope that this is what's going to happen in this part of the world also, as some of our American colleagues suggested. And also, the events of this morning, the Israeli hostages, dozens of them being released because of the pressure of the Trump administration, show that it also bring results which are unequivocally positive. So my takeaways maybe for this region is and this is a leitmotif of many people speaking here, to count on yourself first and foremost and build your capabilities, but you need also to consolidate Europe, because me being a Russian analyst, and when I read the Russians and when I read Putin's speeches, he looks at Europe and he sees weakness. And sometimes when I speak to my European colleagues, they do not take themselves, the European Union or European militaries, as a serious power, and you have to take care about the optics. When the Arabs were looking in Israel in 2023, 2020, and beforehand, they saw the Israelis quarreling about themselves, and they thought it's a weakness, it's an opportunity to intervene, and I think that as long as European Union doesn't take more harsh actions, and inside NATO they don't make harsh nations, it will invite the Russians to intervene. Another issue is not to postpone dealing with significant problems. We postponed for some 15, 17 years dealing with several of these problems. The feeling was that we are managing the conflict, and then it blown up in our face, and to tackle with that situation is much more expensive. We had this war cost us, there are different estimates. The lowest one is some $40 billion, I think. The higher estimates are about $80 billion. So it would be wise to put money throughout the years and not to get to this situation currently. And we are going to double probably our defense budget, which was, maybe Efraim knows better than me, I think it was much higher than 5% of GDP until now. 6.5, and we will have to double, or it will be much higher. Two last points. We are too open as a societies. Hamas had an opportunity to learn very well our routine, our vulnerabilities, to prepare, to try, and when they strike harshly, and it was because we were so open. We had too much information about ourselves in social media, in newspapers, on a plain sight, and this scope and many aspects of civilian preparedness, military preparedness, we should make it less open, despite the fact that we are democratic societies. And last issue, there was a lot of debate about what capabilities we need, and sometimes you need both offensive, both defensive capabilities, and if you can defend by the system that General Snev was speaking about, air defense systems, ballistic missiles shoot out, but if you are able to strike the missiles before they are launched, so it is, there is an economy of war there. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Lieutenant. And last but far from being least, Michael Malm, please.
Thank you. We are living in very interesting times, sometimes a little bit too interesting. I think this saying from Thomas Hilber's 2014 is still very valid. We have to rethink what we mean by security. We are in new territory, and I think that is a case, at least in Sweden, that we are very aware of right now. Not just becoming the last member of NATO, but also the kind of the situation that we are in right now. So we have to rethink what we mean by security. And then how can we then support Ukraine? That's the main question. And just let me start. We have talked about a lot of military support, a lot about logistic support, economic support. But I would like to start perhaps from the very beginning and state the obvious. Of course, according to the UN Charter, every country has the right to defend themselves, and everyone else has the right to come to the aid of the nation who is going to be attacked. And then you can ask yourself, how do we support Ukraine? And I think one of the bases for support to Ukraine, whatever support we are talking about, is public support. Without public support, there will be no support. A state secretary in Sweden told me a couple of years ago, you know, politicians, the main goal for a politician is to win elections, to form a government. And in order to do so, at least in democracies, they have to have public support. So public support is extremely important. Are we gaining public support for support to Ukraine, or are the public support to Ukraine decreasing? And I think we are in a sort of a breaking point right now. We have to be very careful about the public support that we have, and it needs to be increased. Because without public support, there will be no support. I would say that again. Without public support, there will be no support. I will give you an historic example where public support was very good or very high, which also meant that we could do a lot of things. Second World War, Finland. Russia attacked, or Soviet Union attacked in December, or 30th November 1939. And Sweden, as a country, said, okay, we are staying neutral, but we will support Finland with everything that we have. So the government basically equipped 12,000 soldiers that were sent to Finland. Brand new uniforms, brand new Swedish uniforms. They had to take off the buttons and put on Finnish bottoms, so that it was not be seen as Swedish uniforms. But of course it was Swedish uniforms. This could not have been happening without public support. And the support for Finland was extremely high. And I would say it's still very high. That's why Finland voted for membership in NATO. Sweden had to follow, because we couldn't be seen as going there, or that Finland would be part of NATO and we were not. So we have extremely strong ties, and the strong ties also means public support. Another example, we did send 1/3 of our fighter airplanes to Finland to protect the northern part of Finland, so that the Finns could defend the southern parts themselves. 250 approximately ground personnel, pilots, etc., that were operating in the northern part. That could never have happened without public support. So public support is the most important thing that we need to be very careful about. We have to work on it on a daily basis to secure public support. Without public support, I say it again, no military support. What do we have to do then? Well, basically 3 things. And this is not a military task to create that public support. It's a sort of a national achievement that needs to be done. So we need to have discussions, conversations in the schools, in the media, in workplaces, in the armed forces, of course, in the civil society, whatever organization we are talking about. We need to have a discussion about what is happening, why is it happening, what will happen, what can we do about it, and most importantly, what's in red. What's in it for us? Why is this important? What's at stake? What is value? What's the values in our city, in our nations, that we need to defend? And how are we connected with Ukraine? Without public support, we will lose this fight.
Thank you, Mr. Malm. And of course, I can provide many questions, but let's address the audience, because this is the essence of the conferences, for the observers to ask the experts and the speakers. So do we have questions for the audience, for whatever speaker would like to address the question, or for all of them? Okay, please.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Timo Hellenberg from Finland, and I have a question for last speaker, Mr. Michael Malm, about the public support. October 2013, October 14th, in Kiev, Kresatik, 3,000 people appeared from nowhere. And they were demonstrating clearly radical people from somewhere, middle of nowhere. And I asked them, what are you protesting about? And they said, we are against the European Union. We are against the fact that President Yanukovych is going to sign the association agreement here in Vilnius. Okay, the Finnish government, like most of the EU countries, EU member states, were believing on that fact that Yanukovych will come here and sign the association agreement, that it will be a rosy pathway towards the EU membership. And what happened? We all know what happened. 31st of January 2014, Leonid Kravchuk made a speech at Verkhovna Rada stating that this is the most important speech he will ever make. The country is at the brink of the civil war. The government, the president, opposition, all has to watch, look to the mirror, and to prevent this catastrophe to be materializing. On the same day, Herman Van Rompuy made a speech at the Munich Security Conference, promising the fast tracks to the European Union. 11 years ago, fast track to EU membership. April 2014, we heard intelligence assessments and so-called experts telling us that Russia will never invade Ukraine. It will never happen. The same people were telling the same stories until Christmas 21. Russia will never come to Ukraine. There won't be that kind of aggression to the Slavic Brotherhood country. So my question is that when it comes to public support, is there something we could avoid this kind of gigantic intelligence failure in the future? Is there something we can learn about? We have now listening 2 days fantastic presentations, but I think we are definitely lacking the clue how to avoid this kind of landmark disaster, which is based on not to read the weak signals, which are the essential in the intelligence picture. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to gather if there are more questions to raise them in one go. No. So please.
I will give you a simple answer to that question. I think it's a part of human nature. When something bad happens, we go into denial. Or if some signs of something bad might happen, we go into something you could call denial. That happens on a personal level. If I lose somebody close to me, I will go into denial. It has not happened. It will not happen. We can see it on a bigger scale, and I think your country or the Jews in Europe during the Second World War or before the Second World War was facing the same problem, the denial. This will not happen. The Germans cannot do this to us. It will never happen. It's just rumors. So we have to cope with, how do we cope with denial? I don't know. But I think the psychologics of denial is the big problem here. And what it creates is a sort of an inertia. It makes us not act. It takes too long time for us to act. So and I think right now, we are in a state of denial. We are in a state of denial of what was said in the Munich conference and the day after. So we are right now, here and now, in a state of denial. Just face it.
Any more questions? So I have a question because I think two presentations interestingly linked. Mr. Reinhardt talked about the civil society and information, as well as Mr. Malm also, the importance of civil society. So my question for you is, probably both, is what is the impact and, how can we avoid probably negative impact of informational war on the messages, because the messages shape the society. Politicians, public speakers, famous people, they shape the societies. But when they are poisoning, let's say, societies with the informational warfare, with the propaganda, with everything. So how do you see this link? How we can challenge this? How we should sustain this trust and link between society and the state? For the Colonel Rai Wojcik retired, so the question is, you talked about how relatively good, let's say, Baltic states and especially Poland are preparing or being prepared to face challenges as well as being, let's say, good allies. How we should persuade our allies in the Western Europe or Southern Europe to be as good allies as we are, to demonstrate this unity, to find this. And I think it's kind of related to Mr. Danas Rakov's idea that, well, the Europe has to be stronger together. And I totally agree with you. And the crisis can be an opportunity. However, what to do when we have lack of leadership, or meaning that in European, just from pure power perspective, I did just a quick lookup. According to defense spending, Germany spends 1/10 of what spends United States, while Poland spends only 1/3 of what Germany spends. So we don't see this kind of differences among the allies who could say that, well, I'm the leader, I'm spending most, you kind of have to, comply with more or less what I say. So how we should address this, many relatively small, middle-sized or small polls, and to find the agreement on common action, common support for Ukraine, and common defense integration. So probably questions might be challenging, but you are extremely smart people to talk here. Please. Yeah, sure.
Well, the final goal of disinformation is not that you believe the disinformation. The final goal of disinformation is that you believe in nothing, that you completely lose the orientation in making the difference between fact and fiction. Okay, this is a little bit complicated to explain to ordinary people who read their newspaper, who live in their bubble on social media, who hear something or read something what they believe themselves because of whatever happened in their life, and that reflects their opinion. So there is something coming which gives them a proof, okay, I might be right. Yeah? And the second point, and Mr. Malm also mentioned that, politicians want to be elected. So if you have a bubble which is big enough, which believes in nothing, or believes in some kind of neutrality, as we believe, or many people believe in Austria, to take this example, then of course you will have politicians who promote this disinformation with their own messages. To give you a concrete example, from Austria, when President Zelensky was delivering a speech to the Austrian parliament, one party, the complete party, but also from the Social Democrats, quite a great number of members of the parliament decided to leave the room, and the Freedom Party had a demonstration outside the parliament for neutrality with Russian flags. I mean, this is how disinformation really works. And of course you have famous people who believe in something, they believe in peace and freedom and whatever, and everybody is funny and fine, but the hard facts are speaking in another language. And the challenge for a politician is to survive in such an environment. And therefore I said it's extremely important that we have organizations in the civil society and they don't have to be elected. I don't have to run for any mandate. Yeah? What I do because I do it, and I'm convinced that that's right. Okay, maybe some people accuse me I'm also living in a bubble, but I think here are some people who share my same bubble, which is also good for me. And only when it comes from this civil society, the resistance against this wrong propaganda and is debunking this wrong propaganda and is also identifying the ways which is coming in. We have professors at university which were professors in the German Democratic Republic, which means they are coming from a Marxist, Leninist, whatever you call it, ideology, and they would then tell you about international law and international politics and diplomacy from a perspective of a totalitarian regime, and they are still professors, some of them. Yeah, as long as everything is fine and nobody is attacking the other one, okay, you can survive such a professor. But as soon as you are in a situation as we are now in Europe, this is poison for any society, and therefore, again, the message is you have to identify the people in civil society who are fighting against that, who debunk these messages and who are ready to do something. I mean, it's a simple answer, but a hard work.
Okay, so on this question about how do we persuade Western allies, Western NATO, to be more aligned with the views of Central Eastern or Eastern NATO allies. I mean, just one example, I can still remember 2008 when Poland signed a missile defense agreement with the United States. Part of that agreement included we would assist Poland with air and missile defense capabilities, and we began to send a Patriot battery periodically to Poland. That was part of the agreement. Also, we promised to establish a defense modernization working group. So imagine this, 2008, we're talking to Poland about what their future force should look like. And one of the key elements Poland said they wanted was to get a lot of these extra, essentially HIMARS, that's before HIMARS, called MLRS, rocket artillery systems that we were sending back to the United States to go into storage. And the United States experts from European command said, what do you need those for? The Russians aren't coming anytime soon. The Belarusians aren't coming. So the United States was in a state of denial as early as that, as we're talking about Western Europe. And so that's always the problem is each country from, when you look at, just looking at Poland, you go west to Germany, it's a totally different threat perception and so on to Paris. So I think the opportunity here is, again, in the Nordic region, if we're focused just back to this region, is you have these Nordic allies, especially Finland and Sweden, now part of NATO, that are much more, right or wrong, they have this sense in Western Europe that, the Nordic allies, they're more like us, their social system is more like us, and they're more sophisticated. I have Polish roots, so I can say that. That's how they kind of view the Nordic allies. So I would say this is one opportunity to get at this problem of explaining to Western allies how critical it is for NATO and the European Union to actually move at the speed of relevance, as we call it, to rearm, to do forward defense, and quit sitting back on our heels all the time, waiting for the next, as we call it, shoe to fall, the next thing the Russians are going to do. We need to prepare for it. So to me, that's an opportunity using that. And then back in Washington, there has to be a lobby of like-minded allies, like this group I'm talking about, the Nordic Baltic 8, and others, both focused on their counterpart embassies over there, and then going to State Department and the Pentagon and explaining this to United States diplomats. That's part of the problem. It's a very intractable challenge. Yeah.
I would like to thank you for the easy question. How does make European Union and NATO decision-making work? I'm an outsider, so it's easier for me. I think that
So your viewpoint is better.
During the war in Ukraine, I was talking to one contact in Moscow about what's going on in Moscow, and he said, "You are far away, maybe you understand better than me what's going on there." So I think that there is no other way but to recognize the severity of the situation. I think that's a severity situation. There is many people who are trying to describe it as a wake-up call, double espresso call, but I think it's a last call. I think it's a very severe situation, and if the European countries as a whole cannot stand up to the challenge, at least there need to be a coalition of the willing, and the coalition of the willing that will stand up and will could overcome the populism and make harsh decisions. They might lead.
Mr. Mal?
I think when it comes to information operations, I think we are too reactive. We wait for someone to come up with a narrative, and then we respond to that and how to defend ourselves against that narrative. I think we have to be more proactive. At least in the case of Sweden, we need to be more sort of, we have to have the courage to say, this is important to us, this is the values that is important to us. And where do we find these values? Well, we find it in our constitution. It's about democracy, it's about human rights, it's about a number of things. And we have to stand up for that, we have to be able to fight for that, not be so reactive of just waiting for some other narrative who is attacking the values that is so important, and then we are going to do something about it. Then we, as we say in Sweden, we will be puck två. We will lose the game. We will lose the game. So be more proactive. That's the thing I think we need to be better at in Sweden, perhaps in the Nordic countries, because we are consensus drug addicts. We always need to have the consensus on everything, and that makes us over polite. That also makes us over diplomatic from time to time. So we need to stand up more for the values that we are willing to fight for.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a great discussion, for great talks, and unfortunately, time is running out as always. We can make more money, but not more time. That is the sad truth. However, I want to say that as being, chair for this Support Ukraine in the wider Baltic area panel, I just want to remind currently that there is the event called Radarom, and we are collecting money to support Ukraine from the citizens who can donate money to buy anti-drone systems for Ukraine. So I asked you to engage, to donate, and show our wider Lithuanian support for our allies and friends in Ukraine. Slava Ukraina! See you!
So now we will have the last panel. I believe it's better not to take a break for those who maybe want to take a water, please. So we will start the fourth panel, last but not least, and I would like to invite Timo Hellenberg, who is the CEO of Hellenberg International. He also served as a special advisor on UN foreign affairs to two Finnish prime ministers and was a security consultant for the Finnish Government Council for over a decade. Within 25 years of experience in academic and crisis management research, including at the UN, he is a board member of the Paasikivi Society, the Geopolitical Society of Finland, and the Baltic Defense Network. So Timo, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Emile. It's a great privilege to be here today at the 10th anniversary of the Vilnius Security Forum. And this is the last panel, so I would like to comfort our panelists that we can speak as long as we want. There's no hurry. Vilnius Security Forum, like we discussed yesterday, has definitely become the leading platform forum for foreign policy thinkers, experts at the Baltic Sea region. And I would like to thank also Vaidotas and Emilia and the whole team for organizing this once again at these beautiful premises. The last panel is titled Mobilizing Political Will and Defense Industries. So we have a kind of dual approach to the day's topic. I have structured the panel so that we have 10 minutes for each speaker in the beginning, and after that we take all the questions, if that's okay. In the beginning, I would like to a little bit highlight the perspective of this panel. So at the recent 2025 EDA annual conference on 22nd of January, High Representative Kaja Kallas emphasized quite clearly the importance of binding the European Union's defense industry cluster closely together, closer than before, and developing collaborative weapons systems. The former Estonian Prime Minister Kallas highlighted the need for consolidating the defense industries, fostering common weapons systems, enhancing interoperability among the member states. And she also advocated for establishing a single market for defense to strengthen, enhance Europe's defense capabilities. Furthermore, Kallas articulated a kind of vision, brand vision of having 27 militaries capable of working together to deter, defend against various threats, particularly from our eastern neighborhood. The European Union Defense Industry Program is not a new thing. It was quite some time ago presented by the European Commission as a new legal base legislative initiative that will bridge together both the short-term and long-term emergency measures. And so this is an attempt to match the European arms industry's operational tactical competence with the Commission's higher-level strategic political ambitions. Also, the first ever European defense industry strategy was outlined recently, and it basically covers the same challenges currently faced by the European defense technological and industrial base. To create EU market for defense with immediate need for €100 billion fund to boost overall defense cooperation. In other words, Europe is aiming to increase its arms production by 27 with a total of €1.5 billion in subsidies, tax incentives paid from the EU budget. At the same time, the member states should set themselves the goal of spending at least 50% of the funds needed in the European internal market by 2030. Almost 80% of the funds currently go to the countries outside of the EU. So my question for the panelists today has been quite simple. Beyond these high-level strategies and different interconnected financial instruments, is it not a high time to strengthen now the European defense industrial alliances, support internal capabilities, competencies, and to reduce the dependencies on external markets in order to avoid promoting competition from overseas and exotic countries, if I may put it that way? How would you see the development path between the transatlantic political will at the moment based on the plans described here, and how to integrate the markets and industrial competencies described above? So it's a great pleasure now to start our panel and to introduce our first panelist. I guess we all know him, Dr. Jay Carafano, Head of International Engagement, the Heritage Foundation. Dr. Carafano is well known and serving senior counselor at the Heritage Foundation, specializing in national security foreign policy. I guess we don't have to introduce you, so we are very privileged to have you here.
I think it's a terrible idea to start with me. It's a really bad idea, because I think it's a terrible idea. I think the idea of consolidating the European defense industrial space under the EU is an absolute disaster. It actually gets to a more fundamental concern that I have, that this, look, I'm not a European, so you guys do whatever you want, but this notion that you're going to create a European superstate out of the EU, I think we've already demonstrated that that really doesn't work. You know, decades ago, the United States and the Europe economies were about equal. Today, the economy is about half the size of the United States. So after decades of consolidation under European leadership, they've managed to shrink the productivity of Europe by half. You know, a couple of years ago, the EU was going to get together and they were going to organize ammunition production for Ukraine. That achieved nothing. Little tiny Czech Republic went off into a corner and came up with a much better solution that delivered a lot more munitions. So rather than kind of go through this, let me talk about what I think the EU should do. And you know, in particular, the idea of the EU driving investments isn't going to work with the European industrial base, because if you're going to direct all this investment towards internal production capability, you're not going to be able to spend that money. The EU defense industrial base could not absorb it. The reason why you're buying from around the world is because you don't have the capacity to do that. And if we listened to the earlier panels and we all agreed, well, we got about 2 years to make sure we stay ahead of the Russians, there's no way that the EU defense industrial base is going to grow in 2 years internally, domestically, to provide that capacity. So that is a self-destructive act that was just declared. So where is there a good role for the EU? One is, I think, on the low end and the high end. You know, on the low end, I think we could learn a lot from what the Czech Republic did. When there was a need for munitions, they basically did a global survey of, well, where the hell is all the ammunition in the frickin' world? And they found it, and then they said, okay, now let's figure out buying mechanisms that we can buy that ammo and get it to Ukraine. And it worked pretty well. This is a tailor-made role for the European Union, particularly in partnership with the United States, which is do global surveillance on everything that's in the defense industrial base and know where it is. So if you really need something, or you need to prime something or do something, then you know where to go to buy it, and then create the financial mechanisms to do that quickly. That is a great model that could be done on all kinds of things. It's a perfect mission for the EU. It's about collecting information and sharing knowledge so people can act expeditiously. That's a great role. I also think there's a really powerful role for the EU on the high end. You know, one of the things that's been great about this conference was a lot of discussion about what does Europe, beyond the frontline defense, we get that, you know, tanks, missiles, and all that stuff. What does Europe really need to spend its money on? And ironically, it's mostly on the defense of people's own hometowns, their own buildings, their own infrastructure, their own people. Europe needs a lot more air and missile defense and infrastructure defense, because you cannot be held, as you were held hostage to energy a decade ago by the Russians, you cannot let your population centers and your infrastructure be held hostage to the Russians by air and missile attack and drones and cyber attacks and everything else. So spending that money in your own home backyard in defense of what allows your countries to function is the most important thing that most Europeans can spend money on defense on. Air and missile defense is really expensive. It would be great if we had cheaper solutions, more integrated solutions, more innovative solutions to dealing with some of the problems from ballistic missiles to drones. That's a perfect place, not the only place, but a perfect place for the EU to play really at the high end of encouraging research and development on innovative, really important needs that would benefit everybody in Europe and the European Union. That's great. I mean, similar with deep attack. The question was asked, where is the red line? And the red line is easy. The red line is you kill all the Russian crap before it reaches the red line. So the Ukrainians have proved that deep attack is the one thing the Russians really will take seriously. Because if you kill all their stuff before it gets anywhere, it's really good. So we need a lot more deep attack. Another great area for EU S&T technology to bring together. I think those are where the partnership's on. And I think when we actually look at defense productivity, I do think we have to turn back to the states and deregulate, reduce energy prices, and not make energy the pacing item in manufacturing in Europe by sensible energy policies. And there's a lot of very talented European companies that are more than capable of bringing a lot of important things to the table. I think most of that can be really done in some really innovative and creative partnerships. And what I would do is, rather than centralize the EU defense industry, is to create 1,000 flowers and let them bloom. Some of this will be done nationally. Some of this will be done by regional partners and subgroupings. Maybe the Baltics and the Nordic countries get together and they do some interesting, innovative buying and integrating to build out some things. Maybe it's done in partnership with the United States. Maybe it's done in partnership like Poland just did with South Korea. But I think we open up the aperture. I think this notion about a European, and I'll just end on the statement, this European defense industrial policy and production run out of the EU is symbolic of everything that was wrong with the Draghi report. This notion that somehow we're going to scale all of Europe and compete with the United States and China is a complete misunderstanding of the economies of Europe and the great strengths of the European people and their economies. So now you probably want me to leave, right?
Thank you so much, Dr. Carafano. Really, really eye-opening. So let's continue our panel, and then we have questions. The next panelist, great pleasure to introduce Hans-Christoph Atzpodien, who is the Managing Director, Federation of German Security and Defense Industries. He has been a board member of Federation of German Security and Defense Industries since its establishment in 2009 and has served as its CEO since 2017. Mr. Atzpodien, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon from my side as well. So I'm not in that much of disagreement to you, as you might expect. So I have prepared actually a couple of slides. Maybe I understood just I should do that, but anyway. So let me start with this one because I was, as General Hodges and some others here in the room, I was a part of the Munich Security Conference environment, and so I was listening to this speech, which I personally found quite disruptive in a sense. I think we are under a threat of disruption in our common value alignment or value perception. And I'm not that relaxed, as I understood from General Hodges in the morning, about, let's say, the issue of, and it's part of our title of the conference, restoring the rule-based order. Because if I listen to what President Trump said, blaming President Zelensky for the Ukraine war and naming him a dictator, things like that, I think that is, for me, it's a little bit critical. But anyway, this is just the opening. Just to let you know, our Minister of Defense spontaneously has objected to the speech of Vice President Vance. He said, when in his speech he has spoken about the annulment of democracy and compared the situation in parts of Europe with authoritarian regimes. This is unacceptable. So that was also said. Then I listened and happened to listen to a very inspiring speech of the Lithuanian Minister of Defense. She was very clear and very outspoken. Just see the red part. It was absolutely clear about our own needs to gear up our defense capabilities. And she mentioned, of course, that Lithuania is going to spend 6% of the GDP, of the national GDP, in, I think, 1 or 2 years from now. And this was embedded into Secretary General Mark Rutte's saying, which he did not only do at the Munich Security Conference, but even before. And let's say for Germany, he said, according to what kind of capabilities Germany has to deliver to NATO, his estimate is that we have to spend, as he said, north of 3% 1% of the GDP being, according to the estimate of our Chancellor, our still incumbent Chancellor, 43 billion per year. So times 3, we are at about 130 billion, which means for the years to come, we are talking about a gap, and this is shown here. If you see on the left side, this is the projection, the current projection of our defense budgets with slices of the so-called extra budget coming on top. Last year, this year in 26, but thereafter is a gap, or will be a gap in 27, 28. And defense economists have calculated that this gap on top of the extra budget until 28 will be something like 130 billion euros for our armed forces alone, if we are talking about a threshold of 3%. So that is quite a significant figure. And of course, leading back to what you said, the question is, of course, how to spend this in this kind of short time. And I will come back to this from an industry perspective. Behind all this is the saying of these people here, except the Chancellor. The Chancellor has not used this kind of word. So the Minister of Defense and the Chief of Defense have started in end of 23 to tell our public, you have, and we all have to become fit for war. It was not very much liked, and so because it was not liked, none of the other politicians in Germany was repeating this phrase. And in the meantime, the Minister of Defense has also stopped telling it. But it's still true. And coming back to the point you mentioned, I think the equipment for the armed forces is only doing a good job if at the same time you do something also for the resilience of the civilian society against hybrid threats and all these kind of things, which we have not yet put a price tag in our debate about budget. But it is very much on the agenda, but the figures are still missing. Well, and then finally, I guess in the EU, and this has so far been a burden, we have to get rid about this silly discussion whether the Green Deal would somehow be go together with weapons and armament. We started 4 years ago with something published by the EU Commission, or an advisory group for the EU Commission, saying everything which has to do with weapons is socially harmful, which was frightening the banks, that they would end up in a reputational damage. In the meantime, the EU has published this kind of sentence, so if it's not about banned weapons in the sense of international treaties, then the defense industry enhances sustainability, but still a lot of banks and private funds are not convinced. And now a new threat is coming up because of the green accounting, which we are going to introduce in the EU, CSRD, because companies have to report now upstream how they change their own processes to become climate neutral. And then on top, they have to report downstream how the products will become climate neutral. And for such a tank, it's impossible. You know, a company like Rheinmetall has to report, okay, my tanks are normally going to have a lifespan of 30 years, and they will consume 200 liters diesel per 100 kilometers. So this is something which we still have to tackle. However, now coming back to your issues, I think the crucial issue is now we are going to have a new government in a couple of weeks or months, hopefully weeks, because the general election in Germany will be next Sunday. And definitely the government's composition will be different one than the old one. And this government, after all the things we have mentioned, has the task and cannot escape from it to really designate the money, the additional money for the armed forces and also for the other purposes of in order to get more resilient. And this means in the moment when they have put this on paper and it becomes public, everybody will look at the procurement authority and especially at the industry asking, how can you do that?
Right.
So that is exactly your point. And my assessment is just a little bit more positive. So, yes, so I'm the representative of the German security and defense industry, and I know that the dynamics which they can produce is higher than what you expect from the past. Because we had a brief experience just after the invasion into Ukraine, we were called to, let's say, activate ourselves, and this produced very good results. So if, first of all, the money will be visible in a long-term perspective, if we are clearly told this is the kind of products which we need in this kind of numbers, and if we get some improved framework conditions in terms of regulations, I think then we will act. So, what about Europe? The other issue, I think we are in the discussions with the new commissioner, Kubilius, and I think we agree, at least among ourselves, but maybe hopefully also with him, that it is depending on the key member states, the ones with the big budgets. They have to align their political will on, first of all, the products they are going for, the requirements of their armed forces, and finally, who is leading in which area with, so politically, but also with the industrial capabilities. But this is a very complex task. And so far, in the last 20 to 25 years, it has not really worked out. So I agree to a certain extent with your analysis. However, this is a must. And only if this is going to happen, then the Commission can follow with their incentives, with their support. Otherwise, if they want to go into the lead and think they can lead the process, I would not be that optimistic. So finally, final slide. What we need is three things, and the fourth is what we don't need. Yes. Number one, the budget appropriate to the needs of the Bundeswehr and the resilience of the civil society with long foresight, which means 10 years or so. And this is something which at least the leading party for the new government, the Christian Democrats, is also having in their minds. A clear announcement of upcoming orders with certainty that capacity utilization will be ensured in the event of leaps in serious production. So, by the way, our industry has already done a big upscaling of capacities. Some companies have talked about that more than others. Rheinmetall, for example, has published that in the artillery ammunition they have been scaling up from 70,000 shots to more than 1 million. So, and improvements of the framework conditions. And the fourth one, I'm not quoting, you can read it yourself. And of course, this has to be taken into account always, so security is the mother of sustainability. Otherwise, we cannot secure the basics of our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hans-Christoph Atzpodien. I think the German elections is the most thrilling exercise for years to follow next week, and there's no need to watch Netflix. And it's very interesting to see the public support with what Michael Malm was introducing in the previous panel. Let's go forward. Our next panelist, Fredrik Hassel, he's a senior advisor at Saab Corporation. Before his assignment, he served as a Deputy Director General at the Swedish Radiation Safety Authority from 2007 till 2019. Mr. Hassel has served as Head of Staff at the Swedish Emergency Management Agency from 2001 till 2007, and he has very long career at the different posts at the Swedish government, also advisor to Minister for Defense. So great privilege to have you here today. Please.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this distinguished conference. I have made some changes to my material during the day and also now because there has been so many things that have been put up. So I will start not by describing the problems we are in geostrategically, because that have been described very well. I will start with where we were 5 years ago as defense industry. And it was mentioned by the previous speaker, we were unsustainable. We were compared to porn industry and tobacco industry. And it was shameful to go to work in the defense industry in Europe and in Sweden. We didn't get any orders. Our production line for NLAW, for example, we had to close down because no one wanted to buy them. We became a prototype industry rather than a mass production industry. And the EU initiatives at that time, the EDF, were not to provide industrial capacity, it was to preserve technology. I think that is important to bring into the perspective of where we are. So yes, we need to step up considerably. And we need to step up in major investment in the armed forces and in the industry. And we need to do this in parallel. The current balance between what's produced in Europe and what's bought from outside countries is not sustainable if Europe are to take responsibility for its own security. The balance needs to change, as pointed out in the European defense industry. But we cannot stop buying from outside, what have been just said. The time frames and the capacities speaks another language if we are to deter an enemy. For this, we have ourselves to blame. This because we, the Europeans, have underinvested our own security for decades. We need to step up more now, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't continue to cooperate with actors and countries outside Europe. Both cooperation and competition is essential if we are to be effective and be stronger. We should not be afraid of competition on equal terms. This to ensure that we stay on the cutting edge and deliver the capabilities needed for the conventional deterrence. Our main challenges in the strive to build this capability is budget, time, resources, processes, and constraints. We need to focus on setting the targets on what's the urgent military problem we need to address, rather than focusing on work processes, industrial alliances, consolidation of industry, or other interventions trying to move politics into the boardrooms of the industry. Let the industry community, in cooperation and competition, develop the system that addresses the military problems. The lack of funding of national defense during the last decades has put us in the situation where we are. And the only real way to get back to where we need to be is member states raising their budgets considerably. Member states are in fore and center in both defining the needs and as well as funding them. And we have been speaking about the different numbers of need to reinvest in our defenses, but we also discussed NATO and EU. And the difference between NATO and EU is NATO is about ambition and solidarity, and EU have muscles coming to budget and regulations to ensure that member states live up to their responsibilities. But resources is more than money. It's other parts, it's education, it's skill, how do we get the right working force, and it's also critical materials. How do we ensure that we have those when we need them? But the devil is in the details, and the details in these cases are mostly hidden in processes and constraints. We have, during the last decade, developed our union and our national legislative system without taking wartime perspective into account. We are still running in a peacetime society when there is war in Europe. This means that we have thousands of regulations that put constraints on building resilient and well-functioning industrial ecosystem in Europe. We lack coherence between regulations and initiatives. So if we don't take a lot of bold decisions regarding exemptions to make it much easier to grow the industry, we'll end up in numerous hurdles that will be counterproductive for us building the industrial capacity we need. And I will give you some examples. Some time ago, I visited an ammunition factory. They didn't produce during the time of my visit due to the fact that the qualified storage area were full. But Sweden is a sparsely populated country and fairly big, so I think there is room for storage of ammunition. In August 2023, the Environmental Court in Sweden stopped a proposal to extend the time from using an existing firing range due to the fact that the sound levels would be disturbing for one individual who had sent in a complaint. Most of the intellectual property developed by the industries in Europe are controlled by national legislation and classification. This leads to lead time that is in consuming processes for companies that wishes to transfer technology. This decreases speed, innovation, cooperation. My company had to move from one site in one city to another due to the lack of planned space to expand our infrastructure in the city we are now leaving. And I can just go on. So what can we do to rebuild our defense industrial base? Well, we need to increase the budget. We need to streamline the initiatives and processes that we have in Europe, in the EU, and let them be more goal-oriented, not detailed as they are today. We need to invest in production capability within the industry. And this is really important because industries can only do so much. For example, we have on our own risk doubled our ground combat production capability since the war began 4 times. But is that enough? Or should we do 10 times or 20 times? We don't know, and we really don't have the investment capability to take all those risks our own, so we need to have a burden-sharing capability. We also, of course, need long commitments, and we need to unlock funding and financing. But the most important thing I would say is that we need to have clearinghouses on national level and on EU level so that we can take the investment decision, build the industrial cooperation without all of these hurdles that are hidden in the details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fredrik, for excellent presentation. Very comprehensive, although slightly skeptical, but extremely honest and direct. Thank you. I think we have so much beef already in this panel that we could easily draft a joint letter to European Commission, what to be done list. But it's a great pleasure to introduce our 4th panelist, Colonel Jeffrey Genette, former US Defense Attaché here in Lithuania. Mr. Genette is a retired United States Army colonel, a former defense attaché to Lithuania 2011-2014 and also 2018. He's a well-known figure in issues covering Russia, Central Europe, Eurasia, and his specialty is security cooperation, and particularly he's expert in Turkmenistan, Moldova, Tajikistan. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I have no speakers after me, so based on your rule, I have no limits on what I can say. Excellent. So I'll hit a little bit on the political will piece of this first. A country's defense expenditures reflect that country's will for supporting its own defense. And if you lack the political will to be able to to spend more or to do what it takes to spend more, that can be interpreted by the US administration, by the Russians, as a lack of will for your own defense. Sometimes that could be based on kind of a business as usual model, but it really is a lack of a threat perception, whether by the leadership or its inability to convey that threat perception to its people. When I went to my initial Russian language training in the Army, our class motto was, "We learn Russian so you don't have to." That is threat perception. And if you're unable to convey that, and we've talked a lot about, this part of Europe, you get it, and the defense expenditures reflect that. But the US sees NATO as a whole, and you're only as fast as your slowest member. And so if you can't share your threat perception in a meaningful way to convince your neighbors in the other parts of Europe to keep up with defense spending, you have a problem. And the problem is their perception of the threat. They just don't see Russian tanks as a threat to their capitals in other parts of Europe. And if they don't, they will not act like they do, and you will not be able to bring them along. So as a former diplomat, part of your work is to keep trying to explain to them in varying ways that mean something to them, why they need to raise their defense spending as well. Part of that also, based off of previous discussions, may mean that Northern Europe, or the guys on the front, so to speak, are going to do things differently together in smaller NATO subgroups because you are the front lines when things kick off with the Russians. But sharing that threat perception is how you can get defense spending up. There are a million reasons not to increase your defense spending. It costs you something else. And if that something else is a higher priority than the threat, then you won't do it. So Russia is either an existential threat or it isn't, and you have to act accordingly. As well as threat perceptions, I think I'll come back to another one, but we talk a lot about Russia, but I think someone mentioned about global views as well. One of the other things that's not talked about enough in this threat perception from the US point of view, and it helps put some of our conversations in the past week in context. Perhaps the message could have been delivered maybe a little more artfully, in my opinion, but our focus is on China, and we have a threat perception of China. If we're not sharing that appropriately with you to explain why we are pulling back from Europe, because we have a finite amount of resources, both and is great if you can do both and. But if we need to focus our military, our security towards China, then we need Europe to step up so that we can leave, not because we are leaving, right? Enable us to be able to go do something else, because the China problem is also your problem, whether you see it or not. If we haven't conveyed that well enough to you, then we need to work harder at that. To the degree, back to the threat of Russia, my topic for my whole career, there have been a few setbacks in the hybrid ongoing information war that we talked about. Russia has been handed some victories in the past few weeks. They have a US administration that is repeating Russian talking points, demeaning Ukraine, blaming Ukraine for starting the war. And to the degree that these come from the mouth of the US leadership, they are information operation wins for the Russians. If you can watch Russian news, you'll know what I'm talking about. They take that as a win, regardless of whether the messaging audience for that was US internal politics or whatever the message that was intended. And sometimes our president will say things that are ridiculous in order to provoke a reaction. And that may be fine, but one of the audiences that's listening will take that information and do with it what it wills. Also, I would say that we've roughly previewed most of our negotiation goals or the lines that we thought we would give up for Ukraine. That also doesn't seem like a great negotiating strategy. So these are part of the new threat perception. And then depending on how hard you took the comments in Munich, even the US may be part of your threat calculus now, wondering where we're going. Our administrations change back and forth over time. Please don't abandon us in the next couple of years. We'll be back, or we'll stay here, or both. We're still here. Institutionally, we're still here. Our soldiers are still here. So don't react and change your entire policy off one or two speeches. Wait and see if our audio matches our video, so to speak. On to defense spending. One of the things I think it's part of your messaging back to the U.S., and not just to one person in the U.S., but part of our change on Europe as well, is the message resonates in the U.S., whether true or not. America spends more on European defense than Europe does, and they don't care as much. That need not even be true if that's what American voters believe, and you have to message the United States with what you're doing. Sometimes when we talk about defense spending, we love to focus on percentages because that's math, it provides an easy metric. But if you look at the specificity of NATO defense spending, some things count and some things do not count. Infrastructure doesn't necessarily a readily apparent defense expenditure like buying tanks. But if that infrastructure is a hardened, high capacity road in the Suwalki Gap to facilitate tank traffic back and forth, that is as much a defense expenditure as not. If reinforcing a bridge to allow it to take very heavy tanks across it may not be counted as a defense expenditure at NATO, or it may, but it is a defense expenditure. Training your Lithuanian doctors to be able to treat people after an invasion when their hospital becomes not for people that are sick with colds, but a trauma hospital because it's now behind the front lines, that's a defense expenditure. So expanding what you think of as a defense expenditure allows you to explain to your publics and to other nations what kind of things they need to do to help raise the idea of what defense spending needs to look like. There's also traditional defense expenditures, of course, and we're on this particular panel. We had some conversations yesterday about defense industries from Israeli examples of growing small defense industries on your own, starting them clandestinely in contact. Ukraine is doing the same. There's a growth of a defense industry in the country while it's at war, because it's at war. There's innovation that's forced and caused by that. There's opportunities to learn. If you have an existential threat, you will innovate or die. To the degree that the rest of Europe can learn from this and invest money in these types of things, break out a little bit the rules, right? There's a lot of rules. Is your primary purpose for what you're inventing to kill as many of them as possible at once, or is it to save battery capacity so that it can last longer and not pollute the environment? If you have to choose between one, as a soldier, I know which one I would choose, and it's pretty obvious. It's not just the fancy accounting of 2% that matters here. It's what you're doing with it. There is, the European Union is not one thing. NATO is important. The European Union, all of these different countries have their own independent armies. We talked a little bit about like a Schengen military zone. Increasing cooperation is better. Interoperability is better. And it competes somewhat with maintaining your own army. And we've even had speakers come up here before us. You have to be able to defend yourself on your own for as long as it takes, and if no one comes, on your own. That would sort of speak to you needing your own complete army, A to Z, to make sure you have everything you need. That goes directly against having duplicative capabilities when you look at NATO as an organization altogether, and there's a tension there. There always will be. If you had infinite money, you could spend on both, but you don't have that, so those are things that need to be discussed, worked through. The European Union is an excellent place to have these kind of discussions, NATO to have these kind of discussions about where do we give a little. Industry, I think I picked up a little bit yesterday in the thread as well. One of the things that defense industries also have to look at is profit margins, first and foremost. It doesn't do them any good to invent something that no one will buy. And they can't just fill warehouses with items hoping that they will come around. From a business point of view, you want to make a profit. So inventing something, coming up with something that does a great job, sells well, and makes you a profit is important. Sometimes it's as an Army guy, we'd always joke that no one's going to invent a very new thing for a soldier to carry equipment on his back. You can only invent so good of a backpack. It's much more cool to invent drones or something that's high tech and very expensive. And that's true for a business sense, but sometimes some of the needs in combat are simple. If Lithuania is a battlefield, then some things that your defense money goes against are simple things, medical technologies that have perhaps dual use, and the ability to last 2 weeks. Those resilience things, supply chain resilience, the ability to keep your country functioning if it is overrun for a while. We've seen a lot in Ukraine. You know, the country is still functioning while part of it's occupied. But those kind of defense expenditures as well are not just for big companies or small, but they need to, the companies, to the degree that they can kind of participate, look forward to what lessons they've learned in Ukraine, how they can find products that will make them a profit, but also allow European money to be spent in Europe, as well as spending your money in the US, of course, because we like that. But spending the money wisely is my bottom line there, because you have a real threat that you've communicated to your people is the way forward. And if you have trouble with the threat perception, trouble explaining it, you'll go nowhere. And then if you get all this money and you spend it poorly on the wrong things, that won't do you any good either.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gennette. And we are a little bit behind the schedule, although I promised to make a panel great again. But if there are any questions, please raise your hand at this point. Otherwise, I would like to ask the speakers to summarize the key takeaway with 1 or 2 sentences, and what is the biggest challenge from your point of view at this stage to the theme we have today, the political will / industrial coherence and industrial competitive advantage in Europe. So if I may ask Dr. Carafano to start.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm sorry I'm not a better speaker. Right? At least I'm not like really super diplomatic like Marshall Billingsley is really cool, or magisterial and historic like HR. Just 2 things real quick. Defense industrial pace is part of deterrence, conventional deterrence, and I think we have to realize that. So everybody wants to win a short war. Today, if Russia wanted to invade Lithuania, if Lithuania can put 50,000 troops in the field, 150,000 Russians are not going to conquer Lithuania anytime soon. So then you're, well, I'll exhaust them in a long war. And this, I think, is another lesson in Ukraine. If you can demonstrate that you have access to a defense industrial base that can allow you to fight a war of attrition, the other guy's going to think twice before he thinks that's a good idea either. The other thing I just wanted to mention real quickly is what we haven't talked about is infrastructure. So the defense industrial base is really important, but getting stuff to the warfighter is equally important. And in this respect, I think the 3 Cs initiative is something that hasn't get enough credit. I personally would count European investments in dual-use infrastructure as a part of the European defense commitment. But building that north-south infrastructure, whether it's energy or digital or physical infrastructure, that's an important part of NATO's future defense. And I wish at this conference and in general that this is always a topic that's on the table, is how do we build a north-south infrastructure in northern, central, and southern Europe that we really, really need. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Atspodian, please.
Yeah, just very briefly. First of all, politicians have to convey the urgent messages to the public, which is the first and most important thing to do. Politicians have to create an environment of urgency and necessity, which in Germany, for example, we so far do not see. It has not even played a big role in the election campaign going on. Next thing is to bring the economy in line with these necessities. For example, we have a declining automotive industry. We have lots of skilled workers. We could easily transfer them into defense. It's not a problem, but it has to be done. Bring regulations in line with what we need. And by doing this, unleash the forces of entrepreneurship in industry. And again, I'm repeating what I said before. I think the dynamic forces are much higher than anticipated.
You know, on Sunday, I'm voting for this guy.
Fantastic. Thank you both. And I would like to give a comment to Fredrik Hassel. And by the way, Fredrik, I don't know if you have visited, there is a small municipality in northern Lithuania called Pirtsai. This municipality is very famous of its castle, which was destroyed 3 times by the Swedish army in 1600, 1700. So if you have any doubts about the Swedish armament capabilities, I suggest that we go both there to have a look. Please.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. We're also the only country that tried twice to invade and take Moscow, and we succeeded the first time in 1610 with 2,500 soldiers. But nevertheless, I would like to thank you for having this panel here and to bring up these issues. The most important thing I would say is it's urgent, we need to be goal-oriented, and don't go in and try to create new structures, because that will only take time. And then I would like to quote the former General Secretary of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, who said, "Indeed, without industry, no defense."
Thank you. Colonel, please.
So just to, threat perception is everything. You either have a threat or not, and then you have to communicate it. Forums like this, other opportunities, your diplomats, communicating that threat to others in ways that they believe it. When you believe in the threat, act like you are threatened, spend money on what threatens you, spend it wisely, and hurry.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. Great privilege, pleasure, really great. And I would like to thank you all, and back to Emile, please.
And here it is. There's the end of our panel discussions. So as we wrap up our engaging and insightful panel discussions, I want to take a moment to express our gratitude to our esteemed speakers and participants for their valuable contributions. Today's conversation have provided us with critical perspectives on the evolving security landscape and the challenges ahead. To help us reflect on the key takeaways and overarching themes of today's discussions, I'm honored to invite Ms. Yulia Kozbodina, head of Ukrainian Foundation for Security Studies, to deliver her summary and her reflections. Please.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and for this opportunity to share my thoughts. Frankly speaking, as a Ukrainian, I felt almost out of place today because there was so little about Ukraine. But I think this is a good thing because once participants start sort of turning inward, that means that they are looking for answers, for solutions, and that change is about to happen. And I think that this is something that is happening. The rethinking and recent events are often referred to sort of as a wake-up call, as a shock. And but it's great that finally this is having an effect. So something that I would like to reflect on is where we are today. If you remember, 2 years ago, we were talking about Russian strategic defeat and how Russia failed to achieve any of its goals. And what we're talking about today is Russian sabotage in Europe, Russian activity in the Baltic Sea. We're asking the question of whether NATO is absolutely useless. So I would take this as a regress, and I would take this as a sign of the fact that the policy that has been pursued by the West in this war with Russia is not very efficient. And also the fact that we underestimated Russian hybrid activity and Russian information war, especially if we look at what's happening in Eastern Europe and the turmoil that Eastern European countries experience, but also Western European countries as well, right? I mean, the changes in the political landscape and how much it is influenced by the Russian information warfare. So that, to me, that's a sign that the policy that has been pursued needs to change. Also, listening to discussions today, what I noticed is that when people talk about security, they talk about it as burden sharing. And to me, that's a really strange attitude because security is not a burden. Security is something that comes before everything. It comes before prosperity. It comes before lots of things that Europeans cherish. And so I think it's really time to stop referring to security as burden. Also, attitude towards Russia. Something that was very interesting is that one of the panels was supposed to address the issue of creating strategic problems for Russia. And if I did not see too much discussion of that, I think the only person who mentioned some problems for Russia was Mr. McMaster. Everybody else talked about deterrence, but deterrence is not really about creating a problem for Russia. It doesn't. Also, interesting thing that the idea of drawing a red line and if Russia crosses that red line, responding with force is still considered controversial. So it's like, how is it controversial? Somebody's attacking you, like how come you're not striking back? And again, it's the continuation of the same policy which has taken us to the place where we are today. Of course, the big question is the role of the US in the European security. And of course, the key role that the US plays in NATO. And of course, that's the question that's now, is NATO dead or not? And from what I understand, the US is definitely not going to play by the same rules as it used to be. And this is a long-term trend. We've seen the US turning away from Europe, starting with President Obama, as somebody said today in one of the discussions that we had. And I also, on this point, I also would like to quote Professor Andrew Michta, who said that there is also another underlying trend that after the Second World War, a lot of immigration into the US came from Europe. And European countries had this sort of like emotional connection with the United States. Now the trend has changed, and most of the immigrants come to the United States from Latin America and Asia. So that also changes the internal vision in the United States. And so I think that's something for us as Europeans to understand, is that the US is not coming back on the same condition because this emotional connection is no longer there. Also, I mean, there was a little bit of talk about Ukraine today, but a lot less than I expected. But I think another thing that I'm catching is that Ukraine is still seen as something outside of Europe, right? So it's like there is Europe taking care of itself, building up deterrence, and then there is Ukraine we're helping, right? But I think that this also needs to be changed because Ukraine needs to be seen as a partner. Of course, now we are on the receiving end to a large extent. But also, we are already a donor of European security by fighting Russia. That's pretty obvious. But also, if you think about Ukraine, Ukraine probably now has the largest army on the European continent, and that's not going to change immediately after the hostility stops. So the way to integrate that into the future European security vision, I think this discussion needs to start today. Also, Ukrainian defense industry was mentioned today. It's very innovative and it's developing very quickly, and it's open to cooperation with Western countries. So far, of course, at least the private industries, they prefer sort of the Danish model when foreign countries buy Ukrainian weapons for the use of the Ukrainian army, but we understand that this model is not sustainable, that most likely Western publics are not going to be happy if the money is spent outside of the country without creating any benefits for the country itself. So I think another thing that we need to think and discuss is how we integrate Ukrainian defense industry for the benefits of both Ukraine and European countries, but Ukraine as a partner, not somebody on the receiving end. Also, there was a discussion about European air defense. I don't think it's, I mean, I think everybody understands that if we're talking about air defense, that the earlier the incoming missile is intercepted, the less is the probability that the territory of European countries are going to be affected. And well, Ukraine, of course, we unfortunately have the misfortune to live next to Russia. But if we are included in these plans of building European air defense, then it reduces the chances of Russian missiles ever reaching European countries. And so I think that's another thing to consider. So, I mean, I'll try to be really brief, but the last message, sort of the final message I would like to leave you with is that the time of uncertainty that we're experiencing now is the time of leadership. And we've seen this in Ukraine when Russia attacked, and we were able to stop Russian aggression, the initial stage of the Russian aggression, because the entire Ukrainian society came together and people did whatever they could to repel the aggression. And I understand that European countries who are used to living in the peacetime under the US umbrella and not experiencing big threats tend to follow all the procedures, but the procedures slow you down. And also NATO with its decision-making, it's the consensus decision-making, it's about the lowest common denominator, something that does not allow for leadership at all. And so I think that something that's been talked about is the coalition of the willing, coalition of those who are willing to lead. I think that's something which is needed. NATO should be there as a deterrent, but when we're talking about dealing with an aggressor, you need to be willing to engage in active defense, not just deterrence. And probably the last point, even if so-called peace talks start, do not fall back asleep and do not think that somehow this is going to be resolved in a peaceful manner, that some sort of a peace agreement is possible with Russia and that Russia is going to follow it. Because for as long as Russia remains an authoritarian state, that's the nature of the authoritarian state, because they need to resolve their domestic issues at the expense of aggression. And that's not going away. So Europe can no longer hope that things are going to go back to normal. Things need to change. Thank you.
Okay, of course it's not coincidence why a Ukrainian expert was invited to make wrap up and conclusion of all our discussions. So thank you, Julia. And now we are coming to the end. I would like to announce the end of this 10th Vilnius Security Forum, and also would like to thank for all of you, for moderators, speakers, and for all supporters and partners which contributed to this event and make it happen. And so thank you very much. And I think we had very interesting discussions, very good thoughts, and also food for thought. But of course, and I also would like to just remind few words which have very impressed me from that part of continent. And one is deal with your society if they are like adults. Yes? So don't treat them as kids. If you're talking about war, yes. And second thought is do not try to influence, things which you cannot control or influence. Work with what you can do here in Europe. So thank you.